Hello. Right, show. Just testing whether it's. Hi. Hey, how you doing? Okay. It's working. It's working.
Good morning. This is Masood from Bloemendaal. We are going to play today a match against Salland. So it's the second match of the league. So I think weather forecast is little bit. Weather forecast is a little bit. I would say there is after 2 o'clock there is a chance for the rain. But I think it's a Holland weather, so it would be change every hour. So there is nothing special. So I would like to speak a little bit about our team fellows, and then I would like to invite our first team captain. So I would like to ask him about his plans.
Is anyone watching?
Yeah. Hi, Carl.
Hi, Siri.
So tell me about today team. What you're looking for? What's your strength are?
Yeah, after last weekend's bowling, the spinners came off, so we've gone with 3 spinners again. Bowled 30 overs last weekend between the 3 of them. Did a fantastic job. We would have liked to have batted first and just put the pressure up first up after what we did last weekend. But happy to get out and have a bowl.
Oh, so you lost the catch? Lost the toss?
Lost the toss, yes.
Oh, okay. So that's it. Oh, that's good to know. And anything special you're looking for today, or any change in your team?
We have the youngster Josh in. He's bowling well at practice. So we needed, unfortunately, Dave, our top scorer from last weekend's out due to another commitment. So to cover for his seam bowling, we've brought in Josh, and that's the only change.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
So here is our head coach Abhijit with us. So Abhijit, what you are looking for today, and what you think about today match?
Well, first of all, the conditions good as of now. Seems to be a little cloudy. It might rain after 2 p.m. But I think good to bowl first and try to knock off the top as early as possible, and then put pressure on them.
Okay.
To
Okay. So do you have a special instructions today to the team?
no, I think the key thing now is to keep it simple and keep it smart. Okay, so I think the team is geared up. They have worked hard, and they need to just express themselves on the field now.
Okay. Okay. So anything special? Anything would you like
No,
to
I
share?
think we are playing with 3 or 4 good spinners. So our attack would be definitely the best bowlers bowling first, and the fielding has been extremely good in the previous few matches what I have seen. So if we can sustain that pressure through our fielding, if we can hold on to our catches and get the odd runouts, I think we are in for a big challenge.
Okay,
to
great.
the-
But if ground looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's the outfield well cut, and now the sun is out, so it's a bright day for
Okay.
good cricket here.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Abhijit,
Masood.
as a head coach of Bloemendaal. So here is the coach from Salland. So Victor, welcome.
Welcome, Masood.
Yes, thank you. So what you're looking for, Victor? Any change? Any plans for today's special? So you win the toss and you elected bat first. What was the reason?
Well, last week we had a good game against VVV. We made quite some runs on our own wicket. We've played here a couple of times. I think the team batting first has often won the game. So we're looking to bat first again, try to bat the 50 overs and see what we can get on the board.
Okay. Is that the same squad from the last week, or do you have any change in the team?
Couple of changes. There's two guys out. Tala is out and Vishnu is out, and we got Desmond, my nephew, coming in, and Ghoul coming back. So
Okay.
yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thanks for your.
Okay, everybody, this game is about to start. 10th of July, 2021. Historic day for Bloemendaal first team. It's the first day that a game of Bloemendaal first team is being filmed on live stream around the world at home. Playing against Salland today. You should have some pictures beaming to you around the world. So any of you viewers around the world, please keep the comments coming in. I know we regularly have viewers from the Indian subcontinent, from the Caribbean, from mainland Europe, Holland, and we're probably expecting some Germans and even South Africans watching the live stream. Salland, for those of you who don't know, is sort of near the east of Holland, not too far from the German border, I understand. Of course, it's not a huge country, Holland. So it feels almost like a game against Holland against Germany in a way, because there are apparently a number of Germans playing on the, or people with German residency at least, playing on the Salland team. Bloemendaal lost the toss and Salland elected to bat first. Interesting decision. I don't know what was behind that decision, but maybe there was an interview earlier on with the coach, so maybe he learnt about that. So for Bloemendaal, we've got Brandon Heim, South African young wicketkeeper. Well, everybody's young compared to me these days. He's new to Bloemendaal. Fine keeper he is. Keeper batsman, who's as I say, his debut season. Moved over to Holland relatively recently. I think he's been in Holland just over a year. We've got Hamad Jabbar. He's also new to the club, so it's quite a lot of debutants. We have Masood Khan, of course, who needs no introduction. He's a legend of the club. Carl Murray, of course, a captain and talisman from South Africa. Been a number of years in Holland now. Kabi Kumar, a fine player anyway. They're coming up to bowl. I think it's Kabi bowling. He gets off immediately. Quite aggressive start. Already gets off with a 4. So I don't think Salland's looking to hang around. There's nothing like feeling your way into the game.
De camera is veel te links.
Okay.
Ready. Ready. Come on, Kavi boy.
Okay, so that's a couple of boundaries from the start. So Kavi settle down here. I don't think Bloemendaal will mind that, and followed by a dot ball. I think Bloemendaal won't mind too much at swinging about. It also means catching opportunities. So far we've got Kavi's got had 2 boundaries and a dot ball and a wide. So Bloemendaal need to settle down a little bit. Oh. Okay, that's a 6. Well, this is a very aggressive start from Salland. Rude. You know you're supposed to press the bowler going in before each ball. Do you know that?
Yeah, I have a new button.
So that was quite an expensive over to start with. There was a 6 of it and a couple of boundaries. Bloemendaal certainly know they're in a contest today. Next to bowl for Bloemendaal is Paddy Reardon, or stalwart of the club, many years of good service. He's part of the furniture of Bloemendaal Cricket Club, another legend of the club. Originally from New Zealand, sheep farmer actually.
Twee korte ballen, allebei lang, voor 4, boem, toen een wide, toen een 6, daarheen en daarna nog een 4, over de kant van de bal. En hij is mee te staan, 60 overs.
Oh, almost a wicket there, immediately. was a bit of a misfield there, unfortunately, for Bloemendaal. The grass is a little bit slippy, and Masood slipped there. Fortunately, he hasn't injured himself. That's obviously the main worry. But that was very nearly a wicket, and almost got could have been run out as well. They're certainly batting very aggressively, Salland. It's almost like it's 2020, the approach to this game. Well, that was a wide. This is some tidy bowling from Paddy, slowing down the run rate. Did get a single off it. Well, Paddy certainly had a good over there. That was a catching opportunity. Fortunately, fell just in the gap, not far away from Josh. Josh Vallen is a youngster, only 18 years old, just coming in here. Paddy. Some tidy bowling, but they're getting singles. They're certainly in a hurry, Salland. They seem to think it's that they're looking for good totals, but if Bloemendaal gets a few early breakthroughs, things could change quite quickly. So Bloemendaal will certainly be hoping for that. No, Josh Vallen, as I was saying, has also been in Holland relatively short period, just over a year. Spotted at a social cricket game, just softball, and immediately he's in the first team in his first year in the club, which is quite an achievement for somebody so young. But it's some pretty useful bowling. Okay, that was a much better over from a Bloemendaal perspective. There was at least one or two wicket opportunities, so there's some encouragement there for Bloemendaal. The weather conditions are changeable. Although the sun is shining, there's a wind. There's always a wind in Bloemendaal. We're near the sea. We have the sea breeze, but there's a little bit overcast. So there could be a bit of swing available for the bowlers today. Now it looks like it's Masood who's about to come into bowl, and he's setting the field right now. Masley coming in. Tidy ball. Now the first over was very expensive for Bloemendaal, but since then the Bloemendaal has stabbed the runs. I don't want to speak too soon. That's the commentator curse. Oh, that's an LBW shout. Not a bit of a half-hearted appeal, but there's some swing in this, and this game is not over yet. That's for sure. Lovely piece of bowling from Masood. So another dot ball. Well, that was a fantastic over. So there was only one wide from that over, so that was an excellent over. So we've got one more to bowl. And okay, some good fielding, Josh. That's what it helps when you've got a young fielder. He can. Yeah, the fielding is so important aspect of the game, of course, and that's what's frequently the difference at the Hoofdklasse level to the other divisions, the lower leagues in Dutch cricket, is the fielding and certainly the ability to make important catches. A big shout out to Chris Wood in South Africa, so one of our international viewers. It's been making some, being complimentary about the coverage today. Thank you, Chris. Stay tuned and stay safe. Paddy coming back in. Now Paddy has a 69 on the back of his shirt. I don't know why he chose that. It's not his date of birth, contrary to popular opinion. And nor, I believe, is it his age. That's it, Mangesh. Running. Oh, is he going to get that one? Superb piece of fielding from Mangesh. Yeah, quality player. And Mangesh Panchal has been again a Bloemendaal store. Welcome back to the club. There's a lot of new faces actually this season. Some welcome. This club is really strengthening. Bloemendaal Cricket Club is going from strength to strength. So the membership in the last 3 years is almost 4 years is almost doubled. So there's a lot of depth of talent in the club. So the 30 player squad, which is people eligible to play for the first team, is quite competitive at this current time. That looks like no, not out. Well, that looked out from me, but of course I'm further away from that. I think you guys will be able to see this.
Did you hear him?
Well, there's something in this wicket, so certainly Paddy and Masood have steadied the ship here. You know, from the very fast start, the first over, very expensive, 19. It's reduced the run rate. Still high, of course. The fielding good. Mangesh just saved a certain boundary. Yeah, unfortunately, no overseas professionals this year. Salland appear, I understand, have a few people from Germany over, but a few internationals. But Bloemendaal, yeah, with the COVID situation, very difficult to get anybody in. Of course, people from New Zealand and Australia not keen to come because if they come, they probably can't even go back to their own countries. South Africa, of course, the situation with COVID is very bad. So. And in India as well, so and the subcontinent, and so it's not easy to get overseas coaches. There is promotion relegation this year, even though it's a shortened season. Not everybody's very happy about that, of course, because in the COVID year, some clubs are able to get some overseas players in, and some others not. To some clubs, it doesn't feel fair at all. So there's a bit of not everybody's happy about this situation. No, interesting. Actually, 2 clubs will be promoting to the top class this year from this Hoofdklasse, and one club will go down, or at least have to play off against the best team below. It's the Eerste Klasse is the division below. Yeah, very confusing, folks. I mean, we have a top Klasse, Hoofdklasse, which means main division, and then you have the Eerste Klasse, which also means first division, which is actually the third division. Maybe a bit old-fashioned, but frankly, it should be just first, second, and third division would be far better way of calling these it's very confusing for people, but of course it's the same in football. You know, you have the Eredivisie or the Premier League, and then the Championship, and then the First Division. So yeah, maybe very confusing for people for sure. Salland are playing very well. I believe they won their first game, and they're looking very strong so far. Bloemendaal will be hoping for a breakthrough. It's an impressive opening. Oh, that was a nick there. Burning well, but Masood. I don't know much about these Salland players, so it would probably be good if somebody from Salland was able to come over and join me in the commentary team and perhaps tell us a little bit about their team. There's certainly a very, very tidy batting opening partnership. Because Paddy Reardon coming back in.
Okay, next five overs.
Just looking up Salland on the internet, for those of you, it's the name Salland actually originates from Low Saxony, so it's Salland is Low Saxony. It's a historical dominion in the west and north of the present Dutch province of Overijssel. It's more or less, just a little bit less to the west of Twente. That's pretty east by my reckoning. Of course, this is a very small country, Holland, but it's quite interesting talking to Dutch people. They think that a half an hour drive is very far, generally speaking. And then you talk to people from Australia, and a 5-hour drive is nothing. So. Oh, that wasn't far off being caught. It was a very difficult catch for Kavik. Stung his hands a bit. That would have been a phenomenal catch had he taken that, but it was there. There is something in this wicket for Bloemendaal. So it's 35 not out. We're in the 6th over, but there's something in it. Something in it for Bloemendaal. So there'll be some encouragement there. Yeah, some excellent fielding, keeping that down to a single.
Well done. Keep the pressure. Make them play.
This is a very tight bowling spell. Lovely fielding there. Stop the single. As I say, this is the difference at this level.
Keep the pressure, boys. Come on, next 4 overs.
You probably hear the voice of the head coach and head of cricket development, Abhijit Khan, in the background, doing a good job in marshalling the cricket setup here at Bloemendaal. You see how far Brandon, the wicketkeeper, is away from the wicket. It gives you an indication of the speed of the bowler. So Mostly is clearly intending to bowl quite fast ball here. And there, lovely taking. It's a really tidy pair of hands. This is excellent keeping, and this is a big plus for Bloemendaal. Last year we didn't really have a fixed keeper. We had various keepers, and we never really settled on any keeper. But so To have somebody permanently in the keeper role is definitely a good plus for Bloemendaal, and somebody so relatively young as well. So there's that was a 6 there. Now, I don't know where they're going to find this ball actually. It seems to have gone into somebody's garden, and I don't think it's going to be the easiest to find. Poor Josh is going in there. I don't think they've got an aggressive dog in that particular house. At least I hope not. There's no Rottweiler at least.
I learned from you last week.
The breakthrough, fantastic. Matthew gets a breakthrough here. This is a wonderful development. This is a breakthrough for Bloemendaal. An important way here because the Salland were really going and settled. So Bloemendaal will be very, very happy with that. So it's 43 for 1 wicket, I believe. Yeah. This it was critical to start getting some wickets here because these guys were really going some. But a fine batting performance nonetheless, and congratulations to him. Yeah, new batsman is Victor Lubbers. I don't think he needs too much introduction. I believe he plays for the Dutch team. So Victor Lubbers now at the crease. This is a fine player, so Bloemendaal will be hoping that he doesn't do too much damage. So coming back in blocks, nice. Masood's entirely bowling here. It's absolutely fantastic. It's great for Masood to get a wicket, key wicket. Yeah, it certainly slowed down the run rate a lot. The first over was very, very expensive for Bloemendaal. 19 off it, but since then it slowed down, fortunately for Bloemendaal. But still, Salland looking good. Salland's got a very good batting lineup, clearly. almost looked like a bit of a Yorker there. Just plugged out by Victor Lubbert. Do you feel this is an important stage of the game for both teams? That's a very good over wicket in that over. Yeah, listen, I beg your pardon. It was a correction here. It was Hamad Jabbar who got the wicket, which is sort of difficult for me to see from here. It wasn't actually a tremendous piece of bowling from Hamad. And only his second game for Bloemendaal. And that's a loud appeal, and that is a wicket, LBW. That is a key wicket. That is the Dutch international sent back to the pavilion. Bloemendaal will be very happy with that. Paddy Reardon had been a magnificent piece of bowling from Paddy. Very slow walk back to the pavilion. So the new batsman is yet to be announced. Who is the new batsman? Who's So Sahir Nagash is the new man at the crease with a bright orange helmet. So either he plays for Holland or he would like to play for Holland. I'll have to ask the Salland specialist about this. No, apparently not quite orange, so maybe I'm colorblind. That's a nice strike of the ball. A classy defensive stroke there. Paddy's now got his tail up, looking young, certainly younger than the number on the back of his shirt. Yeah, lovely tidy piece of bowling there. Bloemendaal will be very happy now, so it's 44 for 2. You know, it's interesting, the two wickets came quite quickly after one another. Often, as you know, or cricket aficionados, the wickets often come in pairs. Tidy bowling. Yeah, he's getting a lot of encouragement from his teammates. So suddenly the volume has increased here at Bloemendaal. Only one run from that over, so it's 1 run plus a wicket, so it's a fine piece of bowling from Paddy Reardon. The spectators are starting to trickle in. You can see a gentleman just sitting in one of the prime positions. It's interesting that a lot of Bloemendaal aficionados have their favourite spot.
I see! Talking about.
So Hamad will be a cock-a-hoop. He's now coming in for after getting his wicket. He's really on fire. I'm not entirely sure what Hamad had for breakfast, but I think a few of the players would be asking him that question, because he's up for today. Yeah. 3 dot balls. So 3 dot balls.
I asked you, add them in the group, and they know it. No, they're not in the group, that's it.
Here he comes, Hamad, coming in. That's it. So they got his singles. Are they going to stop that one? Josh, that's fantastic. Lovely piece of fielding. Kept it on single. All getting huge appreciation from all the Bloemendaal team and all the supporters. Yeah, makes such a difference when you've got some athletes in the field. What a fine piece of bowling. Now this is another good over from Hamad. I think he hadn't played for a while a few weeks ago, and it was a bit rusty, but certainly getting back into it. This is a promising start to his Bloemendaal career. Okay, I'm very pleased to say that I'm joined by Victor Lubbers. Holland International needs no introduction. Welcome, Victor.
Thanks, sir. I don't even know your name, so...
I'm Charles Robson.
Very nice to meet you as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's it. Get willing to play. One going in the air now.
Always a breeze here. It's quite nice, isn't it? On the coast here.
Yeah, it's quite good. I always love coming here. It's a nice field.
Yeah.
It's always nice when you still see the little flowers in the outfield.
Yeah. Yes. We've been working on that actually. A couple of years ago, it was very bad. We had these daisies everywhere. We spoke to the gemeente, and one of the problems is, in order to treat it, some of the stuff is deemed toxic and not good for the environment. So we've had to come up with some ingenious solution to get it down without using something which was deemed harmful for the environment. Now we've just signed an agreement with the gemeente to take us to at least 2050 on this plant. So that's some very good news. It just happened last week.
So if I'm correct, you're the treasurer of the club, right?
I am. That's right.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you've also been hired in as the #1 commentator of the
Well,
club.
I think by default nobody else wants to do it. So most people are quite camera shy. And also you've got to be careful what some people might get a bit too excited.
Well, that's the good thing about being a commentator, right? So you're not on the camera that much. So.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how old Paddy is right now?
I think he's around 34. He's not certainly a lot younger than Jimmy Anderson.
Paddy is 34.
About 34. I think he looks a little bit older than he actually is. I don't think he's maybe 36 or something, or 35.
Sorry,
36.
Paddy, but you look older than that. So I wanted to praise you for still being such a good bowler at a high age, but
Well, Jimmy,
34. Wow.
Jim, no, it's not 69, which is the number of
People say 34 and
30,
a half.
37, he says. 37. So he's 1 year younger than Jimmy Anderson. So. Well, Jimmy Anderson's not too shabby. He's 38. Trains a little bit harder than Paddy.
But I was about to say, like Paddy, I've played against for like how many years? So yeah, he's still a great bowler. It's a little bit annoying, but also great to see.
Yeah. Also speculating about Masood's age. He's an evergreen player. Paddy often says he would like to play at a lower level, but he's too good. We keep being persuaded not to. Well, that's in the air, but what an outstanding piece of fielding there! You just missed that. This was actually
that's not the field. That's not the fielding of a 37-year-old man.
Unfortunately, you couldn't see that, but it was an absolutely incredible piece of fielding. So he literally dived before the rope and hit it as if he was hitting it with a tennis bat, a tennis racket, and kept it in. It's not just a tennis office. Oh, it's fine. Let's put it on again. Like it.
So, were you there when Bloemendaal played against Groen en Wit last week?
I wasn't there. No. It was an away game. We're still experimenting with this live stream technology. At some point, we'll start taking it to away games.
The frog box and the initiative. It was really nice also for cricketers, but also for non-cricketers to just watch cricket in the first few months of the season of the top class. It would obviously be great if it gets expanded to the lower levels as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's also it's good on so many levels. It's good. You've got a lot of players who hail originally from overseas, have been living here many years, and they are actually naturalised Dutch citizens, but they have families overseas, and they can see them live on the internet. It's absolutely fantastic. And we get comments from last week. There was an under-15s game or so. There was comments from the Cayman Islands, from England, from Sri Lanka, from India coming in. So South Africa. That's fantastic.
Yeah, they love the cricket over there, definitely.
But it's very clever, really. The way it sinks in with the scoring system is also fantastic. The scoring app, and how it sinks into this. I think we can actually. We've still got an old-fashioned scoreboard, relatively speaking, but you could get the new ones. You can link it up to the scoreboard as well. It's saved you a bit of work. Now we're doing double work on a scoreboard.
So I was curious. Last season, Patient was here to play for you guys.
Yeah.
What is the reason that he's not playing this year? Did he go back to Zimbabwe?
Well, no. He's actually moved to HCC. So he's playing for. He will be playing for HCC this year.
He loves a bit of club changing, right? From red and white to you guys, now to HCC.
He played for VVV as well.
And VVV. Maybe we'll see him play for Salland next year. Sounded very woody, but the people on the sideline are getting quite interesting. Which is not strange, because Paddy is bowling good areas here. What I really like from his bowling is that he's not doing anything strange. He's just keeping it full, short of length, asking the batsman any questions. Which is what you have to do here.
That was a nice six there, and there was a spectator that was just as well he was awake. Put it that way, because that wasn't far from him. He was sitting there in his deck chair.
Yeah, that's a really good shot, but as a bowler, you shouldn't mind that too much. I mean, there's people are getting into trouble for those shots as well.
Yeah. Well,
I like that a lot more.
We have a lot of the players we get these days. Of course, they're brought up on the T20 game, and they like to thrash out a bit, but they don't realise you're supposed to try and last 40 to 50 overs. It's actually suicide not to last 50 overs. And, but you see so many games in the Hoofdklasse that they don't last 50 overs. And players feel, if they haven't scored for a couple of shots, they feel under pressure, and they shouldn't, but they do.
Ready.
That's a great shot. That's a repeat of the one 2 balls ago, only just a little bit shorter. 4 more.
Might be a good idea to put a fielder down there. So it seems to be a favourite shot of his.
Yeah, I think as you have seen from our 3 Germans that are playing today, they play a lot of T20 cricket back in their own country, so they are quite new to the 50 over format, or let's not say new, but they have to get used to it. I think the first over was a good show of what our opening batsman VJ is used to doing in Germany.
Yeah, that was classic stuff. I mean, we've got our second team, we've got a lot of Sri Lankans on it, and they don't believe in hanging around and feeling their way into the game. You know.
Take this bottle and put it that corner.
But you see it also in the interest in the sport in the T20. If you go to the stadia for the test matches, almost empty, apart from England and Australia. It's what they're mainly interested in. So even the one day is not that popular compared to T20 cricket.
Yeah, I think that's not strange. I think for a die-hard cricket fan, it's obviously understandable to really like the older format, because it's probably a better replication of all the skills that you need in a proper cricket game, to have resilience, to have patience, to bowl in the right areas, etc. But yeah, obviously for the cricket supporter, you don't want to be on the cricket field for one day or maybe even a test game 5 days. So yeah, the shorter format brings a lot more, I think, for the fans.
Yeah, we had the T20 last year. Bloemendaal got to the quarter-final, which is I think the first time we've ever got to the quarter-final for that, and it was shortened because of rain. It actually became a 6-over game. It was extraordinary.
And it went to the final ball, right?
It did, yeah.
That's unfortunately a ball going down leg, and it bounced just in front of the keeper, quite horribly, so he couldn't get her, and that is 5 wides to the total. So, a little bit more about the Bloemendaal team. Did you guys have many changes compared to last season?
Yeah, there are quite a lot of changes actually. There's a lot of new faces, and the club is growing quite a lot. It's almost doubled in the last 4 years in terms of number of members of the club. We had two teams 2 years ago. We now have 4 senior teams. So that's a huge village group. We could actually probably have 5 quite easily. So we've got a lot more depth. No overseas players, unfortunately, this year. No, well, at least none that came over specially for playing. But
and where are all these people coming from? Because I don't expect everybody to have such a beautiful mansion over here. So
yeah, well, we've got we're sort of quite actively promoting the game locally with on the social side. What happened was about 4 or 5 years ago, certainly when I came, we looked at the way the club was, and we couldn't keep going at that rate. We just didn't have the critical mass. It was an underused asset. We're here in the centre of Bloemendaal. It's one of the most beautiful places, and certainly in cricket fields in the Netherlands, with a beautiful terrace here, which was looking a little bit run down at the time, with old furniture, which was falling apart. And frankly, the club not making any money, so we needed to change things. And we looked at it and said, you know, we want this to be the place to be. We want the terrace to be the place to be, and increase on the social side. And that had an immediate impact. So we introduced this thing called social cricket, which is mainly actually aimed at we do it with the South African community. So we have a link with a South African food place. They've got a shop here in Bloemendaal now. They do a braai and then gezellig. It gets people in. You get families in, make gezellig, and you make it, what I say in Dutch, laagdrempelig. So we have a simplified form of the game, and we get people to come in, volwassenen, adults from Holland, who normally would never set foot in the cricket ground, because it's quite intimidating to come to play cricket. If to start playing cricket with all the padding and a hard ball, you need to get people in. And when you're a senior, it's not. How do you start? It's sort of a bit of a chicken and egg situation. So we introduced this social cricket really with the principal aim of getting a few more locals interested in that and getting more children, more kids. That was the principal aim. But one of the major spin-offs is we've got a lot of players as a result come in, particularly from South Africa. So we have around 45, 50 members now from South Africa. Probably we had about 4 or 5 before. They brought new life into the club in particular.
Yeah, and Carl is probably one of the leading people in that regard as well, right?
Very much so, and it was actually his suggestion that we should team up with the South African community and target that community. So we have done so. Sort of we've become a bit of a default for South Africa in particular. Now the next sort of major growth area has probably been on the Sri Lankan side. So the second team was traditionally mainly Sri Lankans, and we've got a member, Sharu, who's been particularly active in promoting cricket within the Sri Lankan community. In the club we have Sri Lankan days, and we get people coming from Denmark, from Germany, from France, all over the place have these Sri Lankan days. So we've got quite a lot of Sri Lankan players, and there's a big Sri Lankan community in Beverwijk, which is a small town not far from here. So those are the two main growth areas, I think. And then, we've also been investing more in the facilities and upgrading the facilities a bit, and that it just created a buzz, and people talk to one another. And of course, the third aspect is, I think it's probably all around Holland, is the fact that there seems to be more people, particularly from the Indian subcontinent, who has moved over to, in the last few years. There's been an increase in people working in IT, especially in Holland, particularly in the Randstad, and we benefit. They talk to each other, and we try to make this a welcoming home, and we try to have the balanced nationality. So we've got about 16, 17 nationalities, the latest count. Of course, the challenge is to get as many Dutch in as possible, but you don't want to lose that completely either. But that really needs to start mainly at the youth level, and that's what we're trying to work on. And we're about 70 kids now, but really focusing on that. We've got somebody on the youth committee. We're hoping to get it up to 200 kids. That's the aim. Then you've got a really sustainable model, and then you've got 3 or 4 kids in the first team from the youth. One of the kids on the left here is Josh. He came for a social cricket barbecue for a braai. He hadn't played cricket for several years. Came for one of these sort of social cricket games. We play with an indoor ball, no LBW, simplified form of the game. Kids and parents.
Hey, good morning, afternoon.
Good afternoon. And he was spotted and said, "You really need to play cricket." We spoke to his parents immediately and said, "You need to get this guy playing cricket." And he, of course, uber enthusiastic. And I think he was almost the end of August. He came and played a couple of games for the second team, and here he is playing for the first team, which is quite a meteoric rise.
That definitely is. And I remember from last season that we were also playing Noah.
Yeah, Noah's there or thereabouts. He'll be back in the first team very soon. I think he, impacted by exams and the pressures of being last year at school, so he hasn't had the training and not quite match fit yet. So he'll be playing for the thirds today. This is the first year. The Bloemendaal's got a third. So we've got a first, second, third, and the Sami team. So this is he's playing for them, getting his match fitness up. But he'll be back for the first team, no doubt. And of course, his family are very important to the club. So he's got the main scorer there is Ruder's father, and his mother is the vice president of the club.
that ball has been given a wide, but I think the bowler's arguing the fact that the batsman moved across. But from what I've seen, mostly in our divisions, the umpires are quite strict on anything going down a leg being called a wide. So I think Carl will have to get back to his mark and give it another go. And that's a much better ball. That's really asking questions.
It was, wasn't it?
So what do you think so far? I think we've had 14 overs of cricket. The run rate's obviously quite high at 5.5 per over. What do you think about it?
I think, I mean, it's very finely poised, isn't it? A couple of quick wickets and then things will look very different. But I think from a Salland perspective, they're feeling quite comfortable right now. Because on this pitch, it's not a typically high-scoring pitch. You mentioned the daisies earlier on. It's not easy to get boundaries on this, typically compared to most. So I'd say, anything above, anything towards 240, 250 is a very competitive score on this field, and Salland are on target for that.
If you have any paper that says that we get 240 runs right now, then just let me know where you want my signature, and we'll get it done.
But it's a general thing in the Hoofdklasse. I know, looking at it from outside. I mean, the bowling tends to be much stronger than the batting, typically at this level.
That's a really good shot from Sahir, first of all, to hit that straight through mid-on, but that was actually great fielding over there to save a certain four. So really good job from the man at mid-on, helping his bowler out and keeping the pressure on the batsman.
I don't know if there's been a study done on what the average, what the par total is on the Hoofdklasse for winning. I'd be curious to know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's something around 220 or something like that.
Yeah, I think I've seen from our own side that the majority of our games were won batting first. And I couldn't say what the reason is for that. I agree on you that most of the sides, and I think Bloemendaal is a good example of that, are heavily bowler reliant. There's, I would say, 6 or 7 bowlers in this lineup from Bloemendaal that are really putting it on a good spot and asking the questions. And I think, as you said, the wicket is there to do so. Not do anything stupid, just bowl short of length and let the batsmen make their shots. They'll hit a few, but as you saw, some could stay low, some will seam around a bit. So.
Yeah, just talking about the youth cricket. So we did have agreed a development with the local council to support us doing all the primary schools, the Basis Scholen in the area. There's going to be about 1,000 kids we're going to be doing on an annual basis. If we only get 5% of those coming to the club, and the idea was to also have an inter-school competition. Got kiboshed because of Corona, but we hope to revisit that next year, and that will make a massive difference if we can get 150 plus kids locally playing here. It'll make a massive difference to the club, and it's got to be the future. I mean, we need more Dutch locals playing in the cricket. There's too many expats. There's no doubt about that. And,
yeah, it's a bit two-sided, right? Obviously, I think any club would say we would love to have more Dutch youth people coming in through the ranks and filling in the teams, but yeah, you see a lot of the expats now also doing a good job to keep the cricket up for what it's worth. I think the ideal way would be to have a healthy combination of both. But that's a challenge that probably every cricket club faces at the moment, as Carl runs in for his new over. And strays down leg and probably gives the pitch a bit of a reason for his wide, but it's all good. So, from what I saw last week, the guy standing at extra cover with the number 13 on his back. Is he the guy that took 7 wickets
Yes.
last week?
Yeah, I don't think he believed it himself. He was just absolutely amazing. He's the chap who it was his debut for the first team. He joined us midway through last season. I think actually the second team was playing away somewhere near Hilversum, I can't remember where it was. And this guy was in the crowd, and he said, I think he had a good click with some of our second team, and said, "Oh, can I come and go and play with you?" Even though I think he was living at the time, and he still lives near there, although he's moving towards here shortly. And he impressed for the second team a lot, and here he is playing for the first team. He wasn't eligible for the first team last year because he came too late anyway. So. But yeah, he's one of our new players. You've got him, Josh, I've mentioned already, Josh Vallen. He's mainly a bowler, fast bowler, but on the warm-up game, he was 12th man last week, but on the warm-up game he got 4 wickets against VVV. The wicket keeper is new. That's Brandon Heim. He's a South African, been in the country probably 18 months. Was at VVV last year. That guy who got the first wicket, Hamad Jabbar, he's brand new. He joined the club about just before the start of the season, before we got the third player list in. Hasn't played for a while, but a bit rusty, but he's getting better. Solid player. You've got Kavi Kumar over there, who typically plays second team in the past, but he's just simply too good for the second team, and we need him in the first team at the moment. So he's volunteered to help out, but the second team is really, it's got a strong team. There's a lot of first team fringe players playing in the second team, and we really need to get them up because there's 3 divisions below us. They were champions last season, couldn't go up because of there was no promotion because of COVID. But it's quite important that the next level down isn't too far away from us, also for attracting players, for giving the players on the squad more competitive cricket. But it is a bit of a lottery, especially with the umpiring. LBW is almost out of the equation from second class onward. But we're certainly hoping that they're going to get promoted this year. But they have to be champions for that. So it's a drinks break.
Umpires, drink.
86 for 2.
People on the sideline looking at the players and think they need a drink, but the umpires decide to have them in the field for 1 more over. So currently Salland is at 86 for 2 after 16, pretty healthy run rate. 2 wickets have fallen. Hamid Wardak strangled down the leg side, feathered when 1 through to the keeper. And yours truly leaving a ball that hit middle quite low. So, but only 2 wickets, and as mentioned before, pretty nice run rate. So I don't think we would mind the current score too much.
No, I'm fairly sure you don't. It's a very healthy score for Salland. So the Zdigo Sport is a major. It's a fantastic what these guys are doing. That's what the coverage is excellent. I mean, really first class. Also the commentary
of the Isla games, you mean?
Yeah. If they can keep doing that, I don't know what the intention is, but if they keep covering Dutch cricket in that way, it will lead to a growth in the game, a change in perception of the game in Holland, and much more interest from locals, I'm sure.
yeah, the amount of responses I received from that was huge. I even had people asking me if they could buy the cricketing shirts somewhere because they like the design so much.
Really? Wow.
And I had to tell them that or the KNCB didn't have any. So yeah, I think it's a great first start to get the game known to the public. And it was great coverage, and it helped as well that I think all 3 games were pretty close.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was great.
What, do we have any idea of intending to show more games? Or will Zigo be showing some more games in the future? Do we know that? Oh, that's a wicket. That's clean bowled by Masood.
Yeah, Masoodi!
There's not much prettier sight in cricket than watching bails flying. I mean, we don't have those flashing IPL bails, unfortunately, but from a Bloemendaal perspective, that's a fine wicket from a Bloemendaal legend, Masood.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I think Vijay was batting really well up till now. He tries to hit his ball straight and full, but it hit top of off, so it was probably a bit too much short of length to play the shot. And yeah, as mentioned before, if you hit a short of length here, the ball can do tricky stuff, and we saw that with that ball. Our run rate is pretty nice, but being 3 down after 16 overs means that you want some partnership going now to stabilize and not make sure that more wickets fall in a cluster and that we're all of a sudden on the back foot.
So taking the opportunity for a drinks break now. That was an important wicket from a Bloemendaal perspective because he was ticking along nicely. It's 33 runs. He'd been there from the start, so Bloemendaal was very happy. We just had a drinks break and about to resume. So the new batsman is Gijs van der Molen.
Not that you're aware of, eh? Okay. I'm being squeezed literally, yeah?
So, Masood coming in. So that was a beautiful piece of an unplayable unplayable bowl from Masood following the wicket in the last
I didn't think the ball could get that high, yeah.
the last bowl.
Do you know him? He's at one spot you've prepared. Yeah, there's a couple of bottle caps on.
Yeah, Paddy here on the outfield is commenting that some good bounce on the wickets. Some beautiful bowling there from Masood. This is really steadying the ship here. Yeah, now some good bowling from Masood there. A couple of good deliveries.
Yeah, pretty handy over as you lose control of your telephone. But well done to him. It brings out one of the prodigies from our club, Gijs van der Molen. I think he played for us as soon as he got any interest in cricket, and has been brought in via the youth teams. And he's done really well. He's played a lot of first team already for us. He can do a bit of both. He's a very handy batsman, can knock it around quite well, and also bowls some dangerous in-swingers. The problem that he faces is that we have so many bowlers in our lineup as well that I often struggle to give him the ball. But yeah, it's a nice future cricketer for the club.
So how old is he? What, 18, 19? Is he very young? Is he?
Gijs, I think, is 21.
Yeah. And from Salland area originally?
Yeah, I think he's been also born in Deventer. He currently lives in Deventer or surroundings. He's been studying in Delft so far. I think he started off struggling to get a bit of... Started off struggling to get a bit of points, but I think he's done pretty well so far in his first year.
How do you attract people to the game in an area which is not as sort of as many people know cricket as the Randstad area? How do you go about it as a club?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think if you look at Salland, obviously from the 20 clubs in the top class and Hoofdklasse, we're the one that's probably we're the only one that's outside the Randstad. So yeah, it's a bit of an interesting way that we have to attract people towards the club. As Mangesh bowls a full toss, which is unfortunately dealt with a little bit too much respect by Gijs, but credit to him, he can take a lot of time out there. And that's a really good shot. There's a gap next to cover.
Yeah.
And good running.
Yeah, very good running.
Makes it 2 runs. But yeah, we've got in our lineup, we've got people that come from Amsterdam, Arnhem. So we got a few Germans playing. Myself, I'm coming from Groningen. I think Hardenberg. So we're a bit of an interesting mix.
So you're picking people up from a very wide catchment area.
Yeah, I think everybody that doesn't live in the Randstad and lives a bit north or east pretty much has Salland as its closest club already. And yeah, the good thing is that we offer good cricket by playing in the Hoofdklasse. So therefore we're an interesting attraction for a lot of good players. But it is tough. I mean, yeah, we can't say to people in the Randstad or anywhere else to play for us, because why would they travel 140 kilometers if they have a cricket field in their backyard?
And on the youth side, how are you working on getting youth players in? You got something going with the schools or something like that? How does that work?
Yeah, there's a lot of contact with schools, with the local schools. We've got a guy at the club. His name is Ruben Wel. He does a lot of great work for the club, and I think he's probably key in developing the youths. So we've always had youths from under 11s to under 13s, under 15s. I think currently we have under 15 team that is doing a really good job by playing some good cricket. And last Sunday I think there were so many under 11 players playing as well. We have a lot of guys coming from Deventer, but also a lot of guys coming from Arnhem. That's actually great fielding at points.
That's amazing. I should say that we're talking about this is the 18-year-old chap from the social cricket.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Gijs going a little bit for a wander over there.
It was a direct hit from very far out. That's a phenomenal piece of fielding.
But I think Salland, and I may sound biased, but Salland is a good example to other clubs what you can do with youth cricket. I think it's not easy to attract a lot of youth players to the game, but the club is doing really well in having contact, as you said, with schools, having people invite their friends for a little game, and yeah, it has made sure that there's a good foundation of youth cricket, and hopefully we'll see them in the senior ranks later on.
Salland won a prize a couple of years ago from the KNCB for their youth development. I seem to recall some schools have looked at it. So it's recognised at the national level, the youth development programme at Salland.
That's a really good ball from Masood, a little bit outside off. So here going after it, edging it healthily through the slips, but there's no one there, so he jogs one through for a single to third man.
Yeah, Mangesh is like a new player for us as well. It's great to have him back.
Yeah, I'm not that old myself, but I know Masood and Mangesh from their days as well at VRA. I think they played quite a while there in the first team. And they were obviously great cricketers back then, so really nice to see them now in the Bloemendaal colours.
Mangesh came back just simply because he just likes the atmosphere of the club and feels very much at home here. And I think he would like to finish his career and play here until he's in a wheelchair at various levels. Just likes the club feel.
That's a really nice shot from Gijs. A little bit short and wide outside off from Masood, and Gijs using the invitation to carve it behind point for 4 more.
Yeah, that was a lovely stroke.
We had a little friendly game against SGS yesterday, still going strong.
Yes.
Talking about 11 men that are still going strong. But Gijs used the opportunity to have a bit of a hit in the middle and notched up a nice 50. So, and that's also straight to the man, but definitely out of the middle of the bat. So Gijs is looking solid out there, and let's hope he carries that forward.
Was that last night, the game? Or?
Yeah, we had them come over to our ground, and was a good game for most of our second team players to have a bit of a practice, and it was a really nice atmosphere. It's always nice to have them come over, SGS, and they try to play once in a year against our side, and it's always played in a good spirit.
Have you had any touring this year? Obviously, with the COVID situation, with COVID, the touring clubs are almost completely stopped. We're supposed to be getting a team from Munich coming over in a few weeks. Munich Cricket Club, but of course from the UK, we used to get lots of clubs coming over from the UK on a regular basis. Normally about 9 or 10 clubs a year, which people like.
Yeah, we've had our occasional club come over, but I think, yeah, as you already mentioned, if clubs are coming over to the Netherlands, they will probably look for clubs in the surroundings of Amsterdam, Schiphol, Haarlem. So I understand that you guys are invited a lot more times, but we've had some friendly games against English clubs, some Danish clubs as well, and also German clubs, of course. I think if Germans want to come over here, they see Salland as the first target. Mangesh is really tossing it up here. I think he doesn't bring a lot of pace on the ball, but he's asking the batsman many questions. Yeah. He's bowling a bit too full at times, though. He's bowled a few full tosses, but so far he hasn't been punished for it. He's got a really defensive field with a deep square. Oh, and that was really close to the fielder, but couldn't get there. But he's got a deep square. He's got a deep mid wicket. He's got a long on and a long off to the recognized batsman in Sahir, who's currently on 27 not out. But the field has come in for Gijs, who's still on 6 not out.
Yeah,
that's quite a big full toss from Mangesh, but I think Gijs is in a little bit of two minds. He sees the guy that's patrolling the deep forward square leg boundary, and he's probably afraid he'll give him an easy chance. And I don't mind it too much. I mean, you would love to see him punish the bad balls, but we still got a lot of time.
There's a lot of overs left in this game. A lot of overs. And it's quite strange. The guy who got 7 wickets last week for Bloemendaal hasn't yet bowled. One of the most extraordinary games. I obviously followed it on the internet, but not live. But it was Bloemendaal were doing quite well, and then they sort of had a bit of a collapse and were all out for 194. And didn't think that was a defendable total on Groenevit, which is an AstroTurf, high-scoring ground. And Groenevit were something like 120 full zero, and we brought the spinners on, and it just wreaked havoc, and they were all out for about 155.
Yeah, I saw that scorecard. That didn't make pretty reading at the end, but that must be one great game to win.
Yeah, I think Bloemendaal very, very happy, but also because frankly need to win 2 or 3 games just to feel a bit better this season. It's quite important to
But if your guy is used to taking 7 wickets and we're 3 down, probably now is a good time to have a look at the skipper and say, Carl, maybe it's time to bring me on. Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky field, Groenevit. It's not big. And as you said, it's an Astro outfield. It's not the field I would love to play on every week, but it's good playing there once a year. I think it's quite nice for the batsman. You often see a lot of runs made there. Tough to bowl to. But you wouldn't expect to defend that total, especially as Bloemendaal also left out on, I think, 7 or 8 overs. But Groenevit just folded at the end.
I think they left quite quickly afterwards. Well, that's an loud appeal there from Bloemendaal, but the umpire's not interested. An appeal for LBW.
I think it hit Gijs fairly high on his stumps. I also think he's a little bit outside his crease. Obviously, Masoud doesn't agree, and is probably while he's walking back, asking the umpire. No, he's not. So he's walking.
I think on reflection, they didn't look too upset, Bloemendaal. So I don't think they. You sort of get an idea from the chatter afterwards. I think it was half-hearted appeal there.
So how's the relation with the neighbours here? Because I think during a cricket season you often have to gather some cricket balls that are lost or that are found in someone's garden.
Really excellent relationship with the neighbours. I mean, a lot of the neighbours, some of them have children playing here. We have a lot of who are donateurs and supporters of the club. It's their backyard. This is a wonderful backyard, and of course, let's be honest, what a nice thing to have in your backyard. If you're going to have a sport, I think there's two choices. The number one and number two prizes is cricket and the golf. You're not going to have anybody building here. It's fairly calm. It's grass, nothing nicer. And the alternative, of course, these days is that, especially in Holland, there seems to be so much love of AstroTurf. You get the hockey AstroTurf, which is nowhere near as pretty, or a football AstroTurf, sort of thing. So it's
Shot! Mooi, Sahir, prima.
and some of the neighbours, you see them actually sitting out watching the game from the backyard.
That's the 100 up for Salland after Sahir pushes the ball from Mangesh too long off.
Yeah, we even have a neighbourhood sort of WhatsApp group which concentrates on the cricket, and they do help with serious chores. And it's also
That's a really good shot from Gijs there.
yeah, beautifully timed.
It's probably the ball you want to punish from Mangesh because, as I said before, he's looking the ball fairly full, and he slips out the old full toss now and again. As they've decided to put the field up to Gijs, who's now on 10 not out, he can cash in and play it wide off mid-on and bring up 4 runs. And that's a really good response as well, to just have some respect for the good ball.
That's something you probably don't get in Salland. That's a loud
Asking the
appeal,
question.
but not no. Seagulls.
Yeah, I think we're happy that we don't have them. I don't know if they bring any problems.
No, not really. But, they might get hit occasionally.
There's some good videos.
An extra fielder.
There's some good videos on YouTube of seagulls in Australia helping the fielders out. Yeah, let's hope they will let the ball through if we hit it to them.
You recently played that green and white?
Bit of a nice recovery. Obviously, the run rate has dropped a bit after the third wicket, but Gijs and Sahir continued quite sensibly and are starting to build a bit of a partnership here. Salland is really happy with this, and hope they can continue. Good areas from Masood here.
Yeah, the
short of length.
partnership is definitely ticking along nicely. 1 on 29, the other on 10. Gijs hasn't really taken too long to get settled down at all.
That's probably the only ball on this ground that you don't want to bowl. It's the short one. I think we saw from the first over it was a spinner, but he bowled a few short ones, and I think the majority of them went for a boundary. This is probably one of the first short balls that we've seen for a while, and yeah, straight away punished.
Yeah. Why do you say that? The short ball so punishing on this ground? What do you put that down to?
I think because the fuller ball and definitely the short of length ball is asking a lot of questions. If I just refer back to my wicket, it seemed a bit of the wicket, and from what I know from this wicket, it can seam if you seam around a bit. So why not allow it to do tricky stuff off the wicket. If you bowl short, you're not giving it any chance to do anything.
Right.
And I don't want to disrespect Masood here, but Sahir has probably faced some quick bowlers in his time.
Good. Okay,
So
Sahir.
if Masood bowls it short, it probably sits up for him. And,
Yeah.
I think he's quite dangerous if he bowls it full and asks the batsman any questions. We can go full commentary and also have a look at how the games are at the other grounds. Because from what I can see, Groen en Wit is playing against Hermes, and they're playing on the field of Hermes. And it would be nice if they're playing on grass, because I know they've been quite busy with the grass wicket over there. But anyway, on which service they're playing, Groen en Wit isn't doing well, because they're currently 49 for 7. So definitely having struggles over there, and it could be an early bear.
That's fantastic to be able to follow the all the matches on the internet now. It's absolutely amazing.
It definitely is, and as we can see, Quick is playing against Red and White, and they're doing really well. They're at 144 for 2 after 24 overs. They're definitely a side to look at for the top 2 spots. They had a really convincing win against Hermes last week, winning by more than 200 runs, and they're starting off quite well against Red and White now. In the meanwhile, Gausia is playing at HEC, and they've already been bowled out for 82 inside 20 overs. It's as if they agreed on a 20 over game, but they probably didn't. So yeah, that's really disappointing to see from Gausia to make such a low score. I see 5 wickets for Justin Trijselaar, so that's really well done to him.
Quick are really playing well. They seem to be just based on the first 2 games. They got a very high total last week.
VVV are currently playing against Kampong on VVV's ground. They also didn't start off well. 23 for 5 they were at some stage. They have rebuilt a bit, so they're currently 50 for 5. But they had a guy that made 110 against us last week. He was really batting well, and they've already dismissed him. So I think Kampong will be also looking to close this game down as soon as possible. And it probably brings us back to the earlier statement that people are struggling to make runs in Dutch cricket, as Groen en Wit, Gausia and VVV are struggling to do so.
That's painful. 7 for 50. That's certainly Groen en Wit doesn't make very good reading at all.
I think Hermes, Quick and Kampong are definitely some very strong sides to look for. The problem that probably is faced by Hermes is that they lack a little bit of batting. They got some really good bowlers in the Dutch players, Sebastian, Braat.
That's a wicket. That's a breakthrough.
That ball was left alone by Gijs. It seemed to have come back maybe a tiny bit, but the umpire has decided that it was good enough to hit, and that's the second LBW of the game. It's unfortunate because I think I was really happy to see Gijs start his innings.
He certainly looked like he was all set for a very good total. From a Bloemendaal perspective, very important wicket, but still, I'd say Salland in a comfortable position if these two stick around for a while. Like I say, I think as soon as you get over the 180 mark, you're getting quite a defendable total on this ground. Typically 180 plus, you're competitive.
Yeah, I think it's overs that we're not having to be concerned of. There's still 27 left, and plenty of time, and we're already on a score of 110. As you say, 180, 180 or 200 is definitely defendable here. But yeah, we wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a partnership now to just stabilize the innings and take the game deep. As Gul Nazir now enters the crease, he played for the seconds last week because he wasn't available, unfortunately, on the Saturday. So he played for the second team on the Sunday and took the opportunity to score 100 over there. I don't know if it was his first one, but
well, that's not what Bloemendaal would like to hear.
he likes to give it a bit of a go, so
Okay.
I'm really curious to see how he will approach this. As he hits the ball in the gap, but it's probably a little bit tentative to go off the mark and do any silly stuff just yet, so he turns down the single.
Oh, that could be out. That's out. That's out, straight out. This is a fantastic over from Bloemendaal. Mangesh has got 2 wickets in this over. 2 LBWs. Plum, that was. So that was a 2-wicket maiden. That doesn't get much better than that for Mangesh.
Yeah, that's a really good over for Bloemendaal. Who knows if this one was the game changer? But I think before this over started, Salland was looking quite good. But 5 down now after 24 overs. We definitely need a partnership right now.
It's still early days. It's no panic from a Salland perspective yet. Far from it. I don't know how long the tail is.
The tail is 2 meters tall because there he is, Ryan Livers. My 10-year-old older version. And yeah, definitely a tall guy. He likes to give the slow bowlers a bit of a go. So I'm glad that Carl doesn't have his microphone on. But yeah, let's hope he sticks around a bit and gives himself a bit of time because he likes to go after the bowlers very early. But that's probably not the situation we're in right now.
It must be lovely playing with your brother. So very nice.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's been funny. We also played together for VRA 1 in back in the day, and we ran each other out a couple of times. So from there on, we were quite clear in our calling.
I mean, I played with my 13-year-old boy yesterday in the village game. Here is the. So this is a change of bowler for Bloemendaal. It's Anish. Anish is. This is.
What's happening? What's happening?
Oh, a bad misfield there. Anish got 7 wickets last week, so a lot of people will be wondering if you can replicate that form. I very much. That's a bit too much to ask, I'm sure, for Bloemendaal. And he can't get 7 wickets anyway now because there's already 5 gone. Let's see if he can impact the game today.
Nelson, do it, boys.
Nelson, my 13-year-old, who plays for the under-13s, and he got a 4 off the first ball. He kept playing against seniors. There were some people from the second team, first team fringes on yesterday. Played 3 games so far this season. He got 50 not out twice.
And what kind of game was this?
Just an inter-village game. We've got a lot of village players, you know, and a lot of new players that are joining the club, and we need to embed them into the club, see what level they want to play at. Like that. we've got enough village players that we're able to have an inter-village game. So that's two Bloemendaal teams this week. Plus we've got a Zami game today, and we had a halfway trophy game on Wednesday. So 3 sort of semi-village games in a week. That's how many players we have.
That's really good to hear. I think Reiner should tell himself to really get onto the front foot here. We saw with Gijs and Goel in the previous over that they went back to the spinner, and they both went LBW. So let's hope he doesn't go back. And that's the Reiner Reno. He's in for 3 balls, and then the spinner loops it up a bit. Reiner's eyes lit up and nearly got caught, and by the bowler and by mid-off. Mid-off is going back now because they know that Reiner is hitting with a long handle. So we'll see how this develops.
He's coming in again. Tidy bowling.
Zo, Reiner, prima.
That's definitely a tidy start, as you say.
And he's been a revelation. I mean, even people around the club are going, who is this guy? You know, a lot of people are asking us. This gentleman's got 7 in a debut. It's just an outstanding start, and certainly a tidy first over here. So, but what's made a big difference in this club is the leadership now. We have a coach who's independent of the cricket. He doesn't play himself. He's able to pick the best teams. There's no longer the first, second, third team doing their own thing. Picks the right combination for a particular match. There's tactics now. That has made a massive difference to this club.
And how did he get to the club?
Well, it's actually through Madan and Carl, and we've been very fortunate. His wife she worked for a pharmaceutical company. Moved to Holland. She was in Germany, so he was coaching in Germany. He's got an academy in Frankfurt, a cricket academy with Rohit Sharma. He has one in Bombay, and he's the coach of the under-19s German team. So he knows a lot of these. He knows a lot of some of your German guys. They know him quite well. Some of them actually, I think we're having dinner with him today. And he just came across, and he was looking for a home, and it was just a perfect fit in terms of what we needed. He came along, and I think he fell in love with the club as well. So, and it's helped a lot. We missed that. We haven't had anything like that for a number of years. We've had decent foreign players and coaches, but not somebody who's independent, can actually look objectively at what's required, and has a cricketing brain as well, and make tough decisions as well.
Yeah, it's really nice to have someone with you like that. For ourselves, we have Bruce Haley with us. He's living in Apeldoorn, and he's coming from Australia originally. And he just loves the game. He coaches the youth as well, and is really helpful in helping us out, coaching us, and being there with us during the games. It definitely makes life a lot easier to have someone around like that.
And I think it helps a lot, for particularly we know it's the captain as well. In the past, all the pressure was on his shoulders. He literally felt that way. And his performances were also suffering. You could feel the burden. He's having to think of too many things, as well as play. And it often happens with captains. Their performances dip, and immediately you see the impact. Last week he was not out. Nice wicket.
This is pretty good fielding placement, I think, from the captain here, because Reiner loves to have a go. And he's currently on 1 not out, but they've put the people back at long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square to invite him to play the big shot. But so far he hasn't done anything stupid, and Mangesh bowls another tidy over.
So in terms of the burdens were taken off shoulders. We've got somebody selecting the teams, tactics, but also we've got a team manager for the first time. So Brandon's father is now looking after things like logistics, like food and stuff like that. I mean, these things, somebody has to do it, and we, at the club, we weren't getting that right, and I think it's paying dividends immediately.
Yeah, it's obviously sometimes it comes as a surprise how much you have to organize besides the cricket just on the field. I mean, it's not that difficult to be the captain on the field because you're just standing there and telling your fielders where to go. But outside the field, there's definitely a lot that needs to be organized. So any help that you can get in that department is always welcome for any captain. As Reiner hits this ball well and straight, and both middle and mid-off couldn't get around, and Reiner picks up his first boundary of the day.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. It'll certainly settle him down.
That's a really good response from the bowler. Straight on the money, but Reiner comes well forward with his massive legs, so negotiates that one pretty easily. Bit shorter, edge through the gully region. Point runs around. They're looking for the second, which they are doing, and that's good running, coming back for the two.
It's also good fielding as well, by the way. Did well to keep that.
Yeah, the young lad is impressive, doing well there in the point region. I think, as you mentioned before, he's a good asset for the club. It's a bit fuller, and that's a Reiner we know. Sometimes you just hope he takes a bit more time. There's already 6 or 7 runs of the over.
Yeah, he's not hanging around here. He seems to be. He wants to get the run rate up.
That's the brother. That's the brother I know. Oh, that's a really good ball. That was pitching on a length where you, as a batsman, don't really know whether to come forward or go back. Reiner just stood there, and fortunately it hit his bat face on. So
this is a major change for Bloemendaal. You know, with these spin combinations, we didn't have this at all last year. We just didn't have this option. We were very one-dimensional on the bowling.
Lots of seamers, right?
Yeah. Oh no.
Gents, how are we doing?
Very good.
I really like this from Zahir. Mangesh is still tossing it up and inviting him to go for the big shot, but Zahir thinks he's quite happy with the single so far and rotating the strike. They're leaving the field as well for Reiner, so I'm hoping he can take an example of that and also knock around the singles.
For the second innings, I'm probably going to go home.
Yes, that's lovely stuff, Reiner. Single to long on. Paddy at long off is getting that one, so all good. So there's a game on the second field today as well, right?
That's right, that's the third team playing against Kiviva. Only the second ever game. It's a heavily South African, our third team. Some good players among them. I know a few that have played. I think Noah's playing for them, so he's a good player. Roger Sirma, both first team players, both the first team squad, both.
And does that mean that the seconds are not playing today?
That's correct. Yeah. Seconds will be playing on Sunday. Yeah.
Bit of an interesting tactic here. They're bringing long off up to mid off. inviting Reiner maybe to go over his head, but that's probably not the area that Reiner's targeting anyway, so that wouldn't change much.
Well, that's an aggressive shot.
And he
That
is
should be
invited
caught.
to
That
go
should
for
be caught.
Can you talk us through that one?
I'd rather not, actually. It's, I think Coquelin would be very disappointed with not catching that, because that probably should have been caught.
Reiner was invited to go for the big one. Mangesh tossed it up. Reiner went for the shot, and I can only just say that it was a fairly regulation catch for long on. Wu was well under it as well. He had to make a couple of yards, but he was under there, and unfortunately he spilled it, and to make matters even worse, it rolled for 4 more. It's Koopie. You never know. To make matters even worse of it going for 4.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd be disappointed because he's been working on it. He certainly, I don't think it's a player that trains more than Coquelin. His batting is really working on his batting. He'll be disappointed. He'll be disappointed with himself for sure. There was an appeal for LBW, but not given. Not umpire not at all interested. I think it was a bit half-hearted.
One brings another, boys.
Yeah, not a bad decision from the spinner here to change his pace a bit. This one looked a bit flatter, a bit quicker, and yeah, you can trap the batsman with that one. Tossed up a bit more. Reiner goes for it through the covers, but really well fielded by Carl in the covers.
Dave Maston, our top scorer last week, not available this week, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame, because he's not only a decent bowler and batsman, but he's a phenomenal fielder. Oh, that was... oh, look at that. That was almost a caught and bowled, I think. It would have been a caught and bowled had he caught that, I think. Or did they hit the ground first?
I actually think it was a bump ball. I think if this was a catch, the fielders would have reacted a bit more.
Yeah, perhaps you're right.
But yeah, he hit it pretty hard for a ball that went from the ground. I really love Sahir's batting today. He's done really well batting himself to 42 not out. He's didn't do anything silly at some point, and is just making sure that his wicket keeps intact, while Reiner is looking a bit more for the loose ball. Tidy over, I think, from both sides. A couple of singles, but not a bad little over from the off spinner here. They're bowling well in tandem. They're getting the run rate down. But it's not as if Salland minds that too much. It's probably the wickets that Salland minds right now. It's just that nothing silly should happen, and chances will probably come for the fielders as we saw last over. As Mangesh gets another over from the captain, as he brought up the wicket opportunity last over. And Masood is now jogging to long on, as they've made a change in the field.
It's very much the business end of the innings now, isn't it? Just how that feels. These next few overs will be very important for both sides.
Ooh, that was... Sahir hit that in the ground fairly hard, and therefore it evaded both the bowler and the guy standing at cover. New chance for Reiner to look at his bowler. I hope he makes use of his second life and knocks it around a bit. Really full again, but well fielded by Mangesh of his own bowling. Obviously you want to bowl well off your own bowling because it's your own figures, so well done to Mangesh on that one. single to deep square. I don't think Bloemendaal would mind too much. It has brought out another big stroke from Reiner. And yeah, if he connects well, it's probably 4 or 6. But
yeah, he didn't quite get a full connection on it, did he?
it could also go wrong and go straight to the fielder.
Nice! Using his feet and off the back foot.
Yeah, this batsman, Sahir, looks very dangerous. I think from a Bloemendaal perspective, it's critical that he doesn't stick around too much longer because he's...
Yeah, he's playing a really mature innings.
Yeah.
I really love how Sahir's going at it.
Nice!
What's Sahir's background?
So Sahir also comes from Germany. He came to the club in, I think, 2019, or maybe the year before, but I think it was 2019. And he's been in the German squad for a fair bit, as both a bowler and a batsman. He also bowls quite a handy seaming delivery. But he's a great addition to the club for 3 years now, and yeah, brings a lot of talent. So it's really nice to have him with us.
Well, I mean, the cricket scene has exploded in Germany last few years. I understand. There's a lot more. I think together with the Indian community as well, there's been a large increase in the Indian community, and as a result.
Yeah, I also think a lot of the initiatives from what's his name, Mr. Weston from Germany to televise a lot of, or not televise, but to put it online, a lot of the ECN cricket and that sort of stuff. It brings out, I think, the best in European cricket and attracts a lot more people to the sport. I think that has been a good move for a lot of the European countries playing cricket.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's a length you want to bowl here. You don't want to bowl too full because then you're making it easy for the batsman to look for a single. But if you're bowling a short of length here, you don't really know as a batsman what's coming. And as we saw from Sahir there, he's well set and looking for his 50, but struggling on those deliveries. As the bowler has decided to come round the wicket. That's really sensible from Reiner. I don't know if this bowler turns it a lot, but bowlers coming round of the wicket make it a lot tougher for themselves to get the LBW, or they really need to get a lot of turn. But
Nice!
He looks very comfortable. It's going to take something quite special to get him out, I think. Yeah, he's in very good nick.
I don't know if you've given a mic to Carl in the meantime, but I would have put a seamer on right now. They're putting the pressure on the bowlers, or on the batsmen, these bowlers, but it looks a little bit too comfortable for them to just knock it around for the singles. And apart from that miscatch on long on, I haven't seen them give away anything that the bowlers would like. So, with Masood and Paddy and Carl still in your ranks, you may want to look at bringing back a seamer.
Yeah. Yeah, they are so comfortable. They don't look at all troubled by this.
Yeah, and also from that ball, it wasn't a grey ball from the off spinner, quite short. But Sahir more than happy to just tuck it around for a single and not play the big shot just yet.
Yeah, you see the coach circling, looking a little bit uneasy. I think he's feeling that maybe a change might be in order.
Another tidy over from both sides. Score is currently 141 for 5 after 31. Bit of a partnership developing after the 2 wickets in 1 over from Mangesh, who takes his cap off and is looking at the umpire. How many overs did I bowl? Who's saying, Mangesh, you can keep going. And Mangesh is happy too. I like it though. It's nice.
Nice.
Quite full again from Mangesh. So here just knocking around for a single. Who's currently on 49, so he will be eyeing up that half century. That's really short from Mangesh, but well fielded by Masood at long on.
He got away with it, I think, because that looked like a boundary all day.
And that's the 50 for Sayer. That's really sensible from the big man. Oh, and that's great fielding at mid-wicket there. I don't know who that is, but that's
Kavi Kumar, yeah, Kavi.
Really helping his bowler out and saving a single. Oh.
So there is something in it for the bowler still.
That's
that's the first bowl for actually a while that we felt that there might be something in it for the bowler.
Paddy's getting around, fields well, and yeah, that's the fielding of a man that maybe 37 years old or 38, but feels like he's in the mid-20s.
I'm not sure he'll say he feels like he's in his mid-20s, but
it's quite funny that the number he has on his back, 69, is obviously famous for maybe the wrong reasons, but it's quite funny that I tried to look it up on Google and I saw that a lot of sporting teams are trying to stay away from that number, putting it on the back of their players.
Oh, is that right? Really?
Which I can understand, but
yeah.
Paddy obviously has some love for the number.
It feels like a critical phase of the game here for Bloemendaal. If they don't get a breakthrough, I think they really need a breakthrough in the next few overs. Or this game could run away from Bloemendaal, potentially.
Yeah, I think the spinners have brought down that run rate probably quite well, but I don't know if that was necessarily the plan or the thing that you wanted at that point. Salland was actually more than happy to bring that run rate down after the fifth wicket fell, and bring some consolidation. Punch to long on, where the mopping up is done, and a single to Reiner. So you mentioned that Dave Masson, he made the runs last week, or the majority of them.
Yeah.
So who's gonna make these runs today?
Well, that's an interesting question. Yeah, Coquelin, if he gets settled, he can be pretty handy. You've got, of course, Masood. You just don't know what you get. Sometimes he can be fantastic. Carl looks in good nick. He was not out last week.
I don't like facing Carl. He always makes runs against us, and he's a really good batsman. He often puts himself well down, well below in the batting order,
yes.
Which I don't think he should do, because he's probably one of the more recognized batsmen in his lineup, and he should take a big role. But he may like the position a bit lower down the batting order.
Brandon can sometimes the wicket keeper.
Shot.
Is handy. In fact, it's a fairly long tail. I think most people can chip in with some runs, but I think we're still waiting to find out really with this Bloemendaal side how they're going to perform with the bat. They would be disappointed with themselves last week because they had a good start. It looked like it was all going well, and then there was a bit of a collapse.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a tricky period for any club. I mean, obviously the starting or the start towards the start of the season was pretty strange. I mean, some teams were practicing. I saw you guys.
I think somebody's been listening to you because we've got a faster bowler coming on now. This is Josh, the 18-year-old, who's coming on for his first over ever for the first team.
Oh, nice! Looking forward to seeing ball. But you guys had some games between in the club, right? How do you call it? The Bloemendaal
Premier League.
Yeah, nice.
A lot of fun actually, and that brought the club together. It's been a huge success. We know we started it because of COVID, but we will continue even after COVID. That's here to stay. It's brought down old barriers between all the different teams. So here we are. This is Josh's first ever bowl in competitive cricket for Bloemendaal at the first team level. So he must be a little bit nervous, I would think. It's quite a moment for an 18-year-old boy.
You think his parents are watching?
I'm sure they'll be watching the live stream.
Last weekend he was 12 men.
Shot.
A bit full that first delivery, being a full toss, but not that bad of a ball. Punched the long off for a single by Sahir. Not a really easy period for the bowler to bowl. I mean, he's bowling at two recognized batsmen who are also getting well set.
Yeah.
So he will have his work cut out.
That was a good ball.
Yeah, a really good second ball.
Yeah.
Almost a Yorker.
Yeah.
Hitting the big man pretty much on the toes. Well done. He seemed to have pushed that one down leg a little bit, making it tough for the keeper, but he saves it from going for more runs and gets another opportunity at this. It's probably the thing that Bloemendaal wants to stay away from right now. I mean, you want to stay away from it at any time, but bowling wise now is really costly.
We're doing some spikes there.
Paddy getting sledged by his own clubmates, which is really nice.
Club president just arrived with his dog. Dogs on leash, which is good. But
Maybe run out? No.
Because it often likes to take a wander on the ground. Does spend quite a lot of money on training the dog, but he has a mind of his own at times. That's Sepp, the dog.
Yeah, I can't blame him. This is a really lovely field to walk around with your dog. I also know from the moments I came here, you had I think it was Witteman from Pauw and Witteman that walked around the grounds a lot of times. I don't know if you know, but
I'm not sure. We've got quite a few Bayenas in the village.
Well done, Josh.
which is understandable because driving to this ground, you drive past some lovely mansions. So I could understand some people living here. As we're currently through 34 overs, Salland is on 153 for 5. Quite happy after being 110 for 5.
Yeah.
Good little partnership of 43 runs. Reiner currently on 21 not out and Sahir on 55 not out. They're sticking with the off spinner, thinking that if he can take 7 wickets last week, he probably can take a few today. And he's bowled fairly well today. They've mostly milked him around for singles. Bit of a shout from the bowler there, but looking at what the batsman was shaping at, it was probably going down leg and wasn't given. Oh, that's an edge through the slips. There's no slip there. A bit of a chase for Mazood, who needs to prevent it from going for 4, but it's not going there anyway, so the batsman jogged through for a second. Currently looking at what the scores are at the other grounds. It's been mostly a lot of batting failures. As Reiner takes a quick single at point. But currently we're having Groen en Wit at 88 for 9 on the field of Hermes. Struggling to make 3 figures. Being there with the last 2 batsmen. Quick is actually doing fairly well on the field of red and white. They're 200 for 2 after approximately 36 overs. And looking to target the last 10 overs and go big.
Quick look like they're absolutely on fire at the moment.
They are. They have an overseas that can bat a bit, and the good thing is he's not even playing. That's very interesting. But they got a very handy overseas.
It's interesting, these overseas batsmen, it often takes them, in our experience, it normally takes them about 5 to 6 weeks to get used to the conditions here. They don't, this is a short season. They've got to hit the ground running, and but it sounds like they haven't had that problem.
No, but they also brought in a few of the players that were also fundamental to them being champions a few times back in the day. I think in 2013 and also 2015, if I'm not mistaken, Quick Heek were champions. And they had Bob van Gich playing then at that stage, Jeroen Brandt, Geert Mol, Henk-Jan Mol, and they're still playing. So, yeah, really nice to see for the captain Daan that they're still playing, and they're with a good shout to promote back.
Groen en Wit have stabilised a little bit, relatively speaking. They're 9 for 89.
Yeah, if you can call it stabilizing, you're correct, but they'll probably be still facing an uphill battle over here. It's not as if Gausia is doing themselves any favors. They haven't started well with the ball against HCC, because they only made 82 themselves, but HCC are currently 41 for 0 chasing. So I think there will be some early beers on the terrace at the deep pit.
But they've got a couple there that have definitely stabilised what was looking like a pretty serious situation. So they're 5 for 82, and at one stage I think they were 5 for less than 50. That's against Kampong.
Yeah, they're stabilising well. Shiraz Khan and Zishan Akram batting over there, doing really well and stabilising the innings. Kampong obviously got a really good bowling unit. They may have the best one on the field in the competition, I think.
Right?
They have Kurt and Nana, who's in the Dutch setup, and currently he's having the figures of 4 for 9 in 6 overs, so he's really dominating. And they also have the good old warhorse in Usman Malik, who's currently at 0 for 8 after 5. And probably a really talented off-spinner and also a great all-rounder in Pierre Jacot. that has also already bowled 6 overs. So, but VVV wouldn't mind this partnership that is now developing.
The KNCB says it could be on course for a 10-wicket victory here. And Garcia all out for 82. And KNCB on 0 for 43. They'll be pleased with that because they lost last week.
Yeah, definitely. Garcia didn't give themselves a lot of chance in the middle. And they going all out in the 20th over.
They beat Rotenville, I think, last week.
Yeah, they did. But from my memory, I think Red and White, HCC, they were together with Gausia and ourselves at the bottom of the league last year.
I understand Rotenville brought a couple of South Africans in
for this season.
Yeah.
Looking at their lineup, it seemed fairly Dutch from what I saw. I reckon
maybe they haven't started yet, but I was told that there was a couple certainly coming.
They're probably definitely the youngest side in the competition. A lot of the players that I played with and also against in the youth teams, they got a really young side, but that's probably a good thing. I mean, in a season like this, if you don't have the ambition to go for the top 2 spots, it's probably really nice to bring in the young boys and give them a lot of experience in the Hoofdklasse.
Yeah, they've got. It is nice to have a lot of the local players on the first team. It certainly generates a buzz in the club. Your brother older than you?
Sorry, what did
your
you say?
brother? Is he older than you?
Yeah, he's 10 years older. They also say he's 10 years wiser, but I don't necessarily agree on that.
How many brothers do you have?
So in the family we have 2 sons. So Reiner's my only brother, but we also have 3 sisters, and they all had their touch of cricket. Some a bit longer than others. Currently we still have Meike as one of my sisters, who's playing for Viray, and she's also playing sometimes in the seconds of Salland, and she's really enjoying it there, playing with good friends. And
women's cricket is definitely on the up, but we're hoping to start a women's team next year. It's just, where do you sort of start? We have a number of young, a number of girls playing at youth level. We just need to start somewhere. You know, we can't expect to have a very competitive team from the get-go. But certainly our head of cricket development is very keen on the idea. He says it's because in his view it generates quite a buzz around the club, and more families. We hosted a game for Rotenvit, their top class team, a couple of weeks ago, because their ground was out of action. It was nice to see.
Yeah, it's a tough thing, ladies cricket, I think. I mean, as you mentioned, Red and White, they've got a pretty healthy ladies department. But it's definitely struggling in the Netherlands. I think the teams are going down pretty much every season. And that's definitely a shame to see.
That was a good ball from Josh there. You're going to need something special to break this partnership, because it's particularly Sahir looks extremely well set. Wow. That was an excellent delivery.
Yeah, really good bowling from the youngster here. He's asking questions to a well-set batsman here, and currently he's not having the answers, so well done. He's got the field out at long off, long on, and also a deep square, so he's got some protection for the bad ball, but so far he's not bowling any. That's a bit short, as I say so.
Yeah,
and square leg has to make a lot of yards there and can't do so.
Yeah.
as he's getting some advice from his coach along the sidelines to not bowl short here, and I totally agree on that. Bowling short here is definitely not the way to go. And that's actually quite a high ball.
I think he tried to overcompensate slightly and went the other extreme.
And the umpire square leg judges that to be above waist, which means that it will be a no ball. And in the rules that we play, a no ball means that the batsman will be facing a free hit and now have a license to throw the bat at this delivery. Which he does, he hits it really straight, but Masood can clean it up at long on and keep it to 1.
Bloemendaal will be relieved to get away with just 1 from the free hit. Nervous moment.
Yeah, it's never nice running in and knowing that whatever you do, the batsman is not going out and is definitely looking to target you to hit you for 4 or 6.
It's an exciting aspect of the game, actually. I think it's nice, but.
Yeah, it's probably fair if you're trying to use that extra yard or so to go beyond the line, or if you're bowling an illegal delivery, then it's fair enough that you get punished for it. I think the free hit got introduced a few years ago, and before that a no ball wasn't used as a free hit after that. So well fielded by the guy at mid-wicket, probably his most important fielder. As an off-spinner, you want to have a really good guy standing at mid-wicket doing a lot of cleaning up for you.
Is that's interesting you say that's the most important fielder. I often get put there, not because I'm very good, but because I can't throw very far.
Yeah, but it is as an off-spinner, you bring it into the right-hander, so they're mostly looking to either hit you straight or definitely try to hit you on the leg side.
Yeah.
So the one guy that you have standing in the ring, and that was only the mid-wicket at that stage, is definitely your important guy then.
I don't know if you knew that, but every 2 years or so, the Binnenhof plays the House of Lords and Commons on this ground. It's always a bit of fun. We haven't, obviously, because of Corona, haven't had them for a little while, but
that's good bowling.
It's a good tradition for the 2 countries, you know, and the MPs and lords, they stay in each other's houses as well, so they're not in hotels. Good for the relations for the 2 countries. It's been going well over 40 years, this tradition.
Come on,
This could run away from Bloemendaal if a really critical period of the game here. That was a nice recovery there.
What I find interesting here is that often on an off spinner, you want to protect your leg side as much as possible, because if it's turning a bit, then you know that they'll be trying to hit you through the leg side. But currently, he's having 4 people on the leg side and 5 on the off side, so there could be a bit of protection for his quicker deliveries. As we see Reinder hitting a full ball outside off through mid off, who's standing up and can't prevent the 4. And as you say, this is probably a time that Bloemendaal should look at what solutions do we still have in the pocket, because Salland is now getting to a total that's definitely competitive.
Yeah, it's going to take something special from Bloemendaal to keep this down, this total.
As Carl is asking his fielders to keep motivating each other, because the chat has been flat a little bit, and he probably wants as much buzz from his fielders as possible, because a quiet field is what no bowler wants to hear. He wants to have the fielders back him.
So groen and wit, wow, that's some shot. What a shot that was.
It was a good shot, definitely, but once again, the ball you shouldn't bowl here.
Yeah. So Groenewit all out for 104 and, against Hermes, away at Hermes.
5 wickets for Mr. Noumer over there. I hope I pronounced it correctly, but 5 for 20 and 10, really good figures, and also 2 wickets for 2 other bowlers. I haven't seen Sebastian bowl, so he kept himself in the locker.
That was a good recovery. That was a good ball there from Josh. You know, Bloemendaal probably have to take a few risks at this stage. They need some wickets.
You can see this full ball is asking a lot of questions to the batsman. Still, a guy that's on 68 is struggling with that full ball, and I'm pretty sure that our bowlers will definitely be targeting those deliveries in our innings. Short again.
Oh.
Tries to go for the pull. Stayed a bit lowish.
Well, that was it's making things happen, as Josh.
Yeah, it's not an easy time for him to bowl. He's bowling to a good batsman who've seen a lot of balls now. So anything that is loose will be punished by these guys. Not the time you really want to bowl, unless you bring in the breakthrough and bring a new batsman, which is definitely what Bloemendaal could need right now.
I thought that Hamad, he was pretty...
Ooh, well fielded from Carl there.
Hamad might be worth bringing him back in, I think, at this stage. He had a few good overs earlier on. I don't know how many he's got left, but...
Yeah, I would bring in any seamer actually right now.
Yeah.
Whether it's Paddy, whether it's Carl himself, whether it's the opening bowler. I can understand the young guy getting an opportunity here, but the game is slipping away from Bloemendaal. So if they want to pull this game back, they probably want to look at their
more established, cooler head. Yeah.
Ooh, that's probably the last thing you want to do. The bowler has unfortunately overstepped, which he's now discussing with the umpire, but I think the umpire had a clear view on that, and the bowler agrees and goes back to his mark and is now probably thinking, ooh, I've got a ball delivery that the umpire or that the batsman can have a free swing at. So bit of an interesting discussion going on. Everybody having their say. That's the thing you often have with these free hits, is that when you know you have a free hit, you're just going to swing as hard as possible. And it looked like Reiner was going to send this ball back to Devter, but by doing so he didn't make any contact and it went safely through to the keeper. In the meantime, Mazoud getting a little bit of a word from the umpire that it was pretty funny that he didn't think it was a no ball while he was standing at long on, but all good now, smiles around, and we carry on.
Now some of your guys going to stay over for the weekend for going to visit the beach, taking advantage of a...
Oh mate, I would love to live here. Who wouldn't?
Well, you can't hear it today, but last weekend there was quite a lot of noise in the background. We're about 4-5 kilometers as the crow flies from the Zandvoort circuit, and there was a motorcycle racing race on generates quite a lot of noise. Heaven knows what it's going to be like when the Formula One comes in September.
Oh wow, that's going to be great. Do you follow the Formula One a little bit?
Well, listen, being English, I'm a bit of a Hamilton fan, and I've written the season off, so I don't really would like to talk about it too much. I shouldn't have brought up
already.
Subjects. I've given up this season. I'm thinking about the next season. It doesn't seem to be competitive at the moment, the Mercedes.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I can remember some seasons that Vettel was in front a few times midway, and Hamilton caught up later in the season.
Well, we'll have to see. I think that the car needs to be a bit more competitive still. Right now it isn't.
Carl has asked Masoud to have a ball, which is probably a good thing to do now. That doesn't make it a bad spell from the off-spinner from that side, but he was probably struggling to contain the batsman a little bit. They were just playing well and hitting him for singles. So Masoud has returned.
But I don't know how many people are going to be allowed to watch the Formula One. Obviously, I think it's going to be reduced capacity, but it's going to be huge, around here. When it happens, hundreds of thousands of people. It's unimaginable around here. There are quite a lot of people,
especially with Max now.
Yeah, and a lot of people had rented their houses out for quite large sums of money. But no, it's fantastic for Holland, for Dutch. It's sort of the country is craving some sort of sporting success. To be honest, there's not a lot of You've got the I would say probably the best sportsman until Max Verstappen was Van Gerwen, darts player.
You mean the dart player?
Michael Van Gerwen, who's quite a character. He's probably more famous in England than he is in Holland, and very popular in England actually, because he's quite a character, unmistakable.
Yeah, before Michael, you also had Raymond van Barneveld.
Yes,
who's also a great dart player. Really good on social media.
But the atmosphere looks electric. I mean, you imagine, I think in the Ahoy, they got up to 10,000 people for 3 days in a row. They can fill it. That's 30,000 people going to watch the darts match. The atmosphere looks amazing. And when they have the World Championship, which is normally around Christmas, between Christmas and New Year, it looks like they're having a good time, those guys.
It's quite funny if you think about it. There's lots of people in just one big room looking at two people throwing darts at a board. So I can imagine you just have a few beers and then enjoy your time with the other supporters. As Reinder hits one through mid-wicket. Mopping up is done on the boundary, but can't prevent the batsman from running a two.
Willie's, I think you hurt his shoulder slightly there. I hope he's all right. Of course, Willie's, we're talking about the batting, of course, is a key batsman, Willie.
Yeah, those are becoming important, the batsmen, because there's probably going to be quite a bit of target for Bloemendaal here.
Very, very important. It's the only chance now, I think.
Currently, we've already had 8 bowlers doing their work, so that's quite a few. Carl rotating his personnel. As it looks like he's also returning to Paddy, which is definitely a good thing. Low, skiddy bowler, tough to get away in the death overs.
No, can't help but mention that I'm a little bit tense at the moment because not only because of the game now, but tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. So one of the biggest days of the English sporting calendar for many years. We've never reached a final in my lifetime. So I know in Holland you've had a few finals and a few wins. But it was before I was born the last time that England reached a final in a game which they invented.
Haven't the English invented pretty much every game, or at least they think so?
Well, yeah. We've got a lot of creative stuff that goes on. It's some of the stuff that goes under the radar. The cheese rolling competition is one of the famous ones that happens in the southwest of England every year, where they have to they chase a ball of cheese, a big ball of cheese down a hill.
That sounds amazing.
And it's very dangerous, actually. You have to break the legs and stuff like that. So. And then there's another one called an Atherstone, which has been going since about 1350, where they have this big leather ball made out of, I think, of a dead pig, which they chase around the town from one end to the other, and they seem to beat each other up on the way. It's quite a medieval spectacle, which is not really compliant to the modern health and safety norms. And we have snail racing competitions as well.
Wow.
And lawnmower racing. And of course, we bet on absolutely everything.
Yeah, I think from a Dutch perspective, I didn't follow the soccer that much, but what I heard is that we sort of had an easy way to get to the semi-final, and that we would probably face England over there.
That's right.
Because we would have had the Czech Republic, and then after that it would have been Denmark, as Paddy is asking the question but is not getting any response. But yeah, it turned out quite different for the Dutch, unfortunately. But yeah, the English got there, faced the semi-final against Denmark.
I think in my household, we're married to a Dutch lady, and my only son supports Holland. All is lost from a father's perspective. It's probably a relief for me that we avoided that banana skin. Obviously, my second team is Holland, but having been brought up in England, I have an attachment to the English national side. But I don't think Holland's really ready to do well in the tournament, to be honest. The Dutch Dutch football is not in a great place right now, particularly up front. I think obviously Van Dijk was injured, didn't help, but I think it's more than that. Holland has so many fantastic strikers over the years, and we're just going through a lull at the moment. It'll get better, but it's not there yet. It's interesting. So this is Kavi Kuma back in the bowl, and this is he was 19 off his first over, so his first time he's been brought back. But let's see if Kavi can certainly be hoping for a better over than this first one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's quite keen to restore some pride after that one. But ball's a full toss, and that's actually well hit in the gap. He needs to field well, which he does.
Yeah, excellent piece of fielding there.
Bit of SGS fielding using the boot, but we'll allow that for now. 2 runs to the batsman.
I hope William's all right, because I noticed there he wasn't too keen to throw the ball, and he was pulling in his shoulder a bit early on. So I hope that William was all right there. I assume he can't be too bad, otherwise it would have been nice to go a bit closer to the...
Yeah, you can see Sahir starting to free his arms.
Yeah, and they're going after Kavi, which maybe from Bloemendaal's perspective you might not mind that too much, because if they're going after you might have an opportunity.
It could definitely bring a wicket.
Yeah.
But looking at the bowlers, I would have probably still stuck with finishing the last 10 overs just with seamers. I think that was a pretty tidy over from Paddy. That looked very quick, and I must say it didn't look too bad of a shout from here. But Rhino's leg is planted. That's the advantage of being such a tall and heavy guy, that your feet will be planted on the ground at any time, and here you can have another go.
A nice piece of keeping though. Certainly he'll be thinking next time round.
Yeah, so for Dutch soccer it was probably quite strange that they had such an easy group stage. I don't know if there would ever be such an easy group stage.
No, they got a very easy group.
Than that one.
But what's interesting was the group of death, and you know that with Portugal, France, Germany in it. How on earth that happened, I'm not sure.
Luckily, they all went through. Would have been something if one of them didn't come out of that group.
That's what made it very strange. This whole thing, how the group stage was a bit of a strange concept when three teams out of four can go through. It didn't make it that competitive and interesting. There wasn't much jeopardy in it.
Yeah, because that seeding was also done by the UEFA Nations League that they played, right? A little bit. You could.
I think you might be right. Yeah.
So you were either at some stage in Group 1, 2, or 3, and then maybe one of those big teams that was in the pool of death, they could have been in Group 3, and then had the bad luck to be all stuck together.
Well, France will be disappointed because it was theirs to lose. Masoud.
There's a ball there on the field.
No,
I don't know whose it was.
the French were hot favourites to win the tournament. They were looking really good, but they. What was interesting, they were 3-1 up, coasting, and so they decided that they won the game. Took off two of their best players,
which are
Griezmann and Benzema. And then, amazingly, they came back to 3-3, and they didn't have the firepower to get that last goal. So it was interesting.
Yeah, and then they went out in penalties. I think.
Yes.
I think it was Mbappe that missed his penalty.
Indeed.
I didn't really mind seeing that. I think France obviously did well in the World Cup, winning that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually a beautiful shot. Is it stopped by the man? Yes. A bit of a juggle. Stopped by the old man, who does well.
A former Dutch international.
Is it?
Yeah, Geert van Laar. Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, former captain of Holland.
That's really nice to see. Good to have him at the ground. Oh, and that's a really fine tickle from Zahir.
Yeah.
Fine leg is standing up, so that could go for 4, but it looks as if the fielder stopped it in time, but doesn't prevent Reiner from coming back for the third.
I have to say,
one short though.
I have to say, Victor, we're not. The service is not very good in terms of refreshments here, is it? We haven't. If anybody's listening at the clubhouse, we've got quite thirsty. We're quite thirsty here.
Yeah, it's a nice job to do, being commentator, but obviously you don't want to go away from your microphone too quickly, and which is understandable. But yeah, in the meantime, you're getting thirsty, and especially if you're also a bit hungry like I am, then you wouldn't mind some help. But the good thing that I have is that in 8.5 hours there will be lunch. But yeah. Wouldn't mind a little bit of a refreshment.
Great fielding. Goed zo, prima.
Reiner calls through for the single there. It actually went straight to the guy at point who fielded well and went in for the throw. But since Reiner was out of the blocks really quickly, he was able to come into the crease. So we're currently at a score of 199 for 5 after 42. Some really good batting going on from these two batsmen after losing 2 wickets in 1 over.
One brings the collapse.
From here they're saying that 1 wicket will bring a collapse, which I'll be very curious to see. But who knows?
That's the team manager, Brandon, the wicketkeeper's father. Very optimistic, perhaps.
Nothing wrong with an optimistic approach. I quite like it.
It's going to take something special for Bloemendaal now. So they've been very brave in putting Kabakuma back in. He didn't. He had a good second over.
Nice.
That's a good thing from Sahir. He's still happy to tick it around for singles, rotate the strike together with Reiner. And that's a 200 up for Salland as well, which is really good.
Yeah.
For 200 they do, no pros required here. Come on, guys.
Oh, that's it. The breakthrough. That was interesting. So the change of bowling had an impact, and Kavi must be delighted. You know, this is what a comeback. To come back after being, well, slogged around in a sort of 2020 style from the opening pair, to come back on the third over and get a clean bowl. They must be absolutely delighted, and certainly the team are.
Yeah, it's a shame for a Salland perspective. Obviously, Reiner would be disappointed with himself, but he had a really good partnership together with Sahir there. Who knows if it was a match-winning one? But as he gets congratulated by the sideline to be,
It was a fine batting performance there.
I think he would definitely be happy to even be called a young man. As we now have Akil coming in. And he's new to the club. He's coming from Arnhem. He's a student over there. Oh, just a bit of water. As my co-commentator is going for a bit of refreshment, which is fair enough. We'll make a note of it to the Bloemendaal pavilion to keep looking after your commentators. They're quite valuable, so make sure that they're doing well. Oh yeah, amazing. Cheers, thanks. As Akil faces his first ball from the spinner. Comes well forward, but misses it as it goes through to the keeper. Will be a tricky period for him. He will probably be looking to give the strike to Sahir as much as possible, who is nearing on his 100. Bit streaky from Akil, but he plays it between point and short third man and brings Sahir back on strike. Who's definitely going to count the amount of balls in the over from now on, as he wants to have as much strike as possible. As my co-commentator has rejoined with a nice Coke and a Mars bar.
We had to get our own actually. We had to go and get our own. We had to get our own refreshments, so we can't get the staff these days. It's not like this if we were working for Ziggo Sports. I'm sure that would have been catered for. It's been an excellent over actually for Kavi. And vindicated the decision to put him back on.
Yeah, he looks a really decent bowler. It's always tough to bowl as a spinner in the first over of the game. I can understand the tactic, but it just didn't work out well. He went a bit too short in his first over, and VJ really capitalized on it. But it's nice that he came back well and can show his skills this way.
And hopefully he'll have an important knock with the bat, because he's got potential if he gets in to do some damage with the bat. Important player for the club. And a smashing young lad.
I just want to make the same joke. I'm twice his height. I would walk up to him and tell him, "You're sure, buddy?"
As Reiner is back on the sideline and trying his repertoire of jokes, and some people laugh and some people don't. So here coming down the track on Paddy. which is probably fair enough because he's currently on 86 and probably seeing that ball like a watermelon, looking to close in on that 100.
There's a neighbour there with a, it sounds like a lawnmower. It is a Saturday, it's allowed, but on a Sunday last Sunday we commentated on a game and there was quite loud in the background, and it's illegal in Germany
Shot, well done.
to use electrical implements like that in the garden on a Sunday.
Is it?
Yeah. It's verboten. So does he travel from Germany every week? Or is actually living in Holland?
Yeah, he does.
And how far is that?
I must confess, I don't know how many kilometers he makes. I know it's a fair way. The good thing that he has is that we're having practice on Friday, and currently we're playing on the Saturdays. We're going to the Sundays, but we're also having T20s on the Saturday, I think from next week onwards. So what he will be doing is come to practice on Friday and then sleep with some of us.
Right.
Stay for the T20 and then also stay for the game, because that makes it a bit easier than just to travel around for...
Oh, hello.
That's wicket.
Well done, boys. Well done.
That's a wicket.
Lovely.
That was a
You have done all the
very important breakthrough. Not the wicket within Bloemendaal wanted, but it's a wicket. That was a fantastic bit of fielding, a run out, and great throw and marvellous keeping. And that's what we're talking about, the importance of having a good keeper. There's already, yeah, we've seen it there.
good running.
Yeah, it was really good fielding. I'm always a bit skeptical if the keeper takes the bills off and the ball comes out of his gloves, as we see the ball now being picked up. I'm not saying that he didn't have control of the ball while he was breaking the stumps, but it's always something that would be interesting.
It's difficult to see, isn't it?
It definitely is. But it was really good fielding from the guy at point. I think the problem with Akil is really desperate to get the big man Sayer on strike, and he hit it well, but straight to the man, and therefore ran himself out.
Was that Coquelin throw? Who threw the ball? Was that Coquelin?
Yeah, number 90. What's number 90? Yeah, it would.
Yeah, so Coquelin has atoned himself for that to some extent, for that drop catch earlier on with a fantastic throw, and so I think he's quits now. And he's avoided what we call a flamingo here at Bloemendaal. We have this forfeit system called flamingos, which is probably anybody who's ever played here knows about. Involves it's a sort of after-game activity.
Yeah, we saw that
involving beer usually, but not always. It can be water.
We saw that last year, that we actually got trashed here last year. Bloemendaal, I think, making 220, and we didn't get much further than 80 or 90. And it wasn't a great game for us, but it was funny to see the boys giving each other some stick after the game, the Bloemendaal guys, for whatever it was, whether it was a dropped catch on the boundary or anything else. And I really like that. I think it brings a bit of team spirit within the guys, so that's really nice. That's really quick work again from the keeper, but it doesn't look as if Sayer left his crease, so not much harm done, and the umpire can repair the wicket so we can keep on going.
Yeah.
You can see what Sahir's trying to do. He's looking forward to hit it through the offside. There's a lot of protection on the leg side with a lot of guys patrolling the fence. So he's looking for the gap as he hits it aerial, and that could be out.
No,
but it is a 6.
It's a 6.
Great effort at the boundary, but he didn't have the room to catch that one as it sailed over his head for 6.
a batsman you expect 100
Would this be his first century? Sahir, I don't want to, without tempting fate, would this be his first century for the club?
Oh my God.
Or does he regularly get high totals?
So he has made a lot of 30s, 40s and 50s for the club. He's been the guy that gave us a great start, opening the betting a lot of times, and then not really capitalizing on his great start. But I'm really happy now to see him score a big one.
So do you think that we're getting into the nervous 90s then? Yeah, please.
I'm not sure how nervous he will be.
Doesn't look very nervous with that 6, mind you.
No, he's betting tremendously.
Yeah.
I think there's clear communication between these two batsmen. It was obviously the last ball of the over, and Sahir was more than happy for Hashim to block that one out, so he could have the strike for the next over. There's 5 more overs left. Salland is currently on 211 for 7. Obviously looking forward to go big in the last 5 overs, but would be a shame if we don't bet the 50 overs. So it will be interesting to see the approach from Sahir here. Just looking at the other grounds again, it seems as if HCC has finished their game against Garcia.
That was a very, very fast game.
They chased it down in as many overs as Garcia used up, so well done to HCC on their first win. VVV unfortunately got bowled out. They had a really good partnership going between Shiraz and Zishan, but after Shiraz got out, it looks as if Zishan was struggling to find a partner. He ends up on 57 not out, and
Nice, baby.
that means that VVV is all out for 131.
Good going, Sahir. Well done.
Quick still looking to make 300 against red and white. They're currently 277 for 5 with about 3.5 overs to go. And 300 is definitely a good total on that field.
That's a good run. Well done.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers. Thanks so much. Thank you.
I don't have to.
No, thank you. So what's your name? Hami. Hami's brought the coffee here. Thank you very much, because the service from the Bloemendaal clubhouse is not very good. So thankfully, Salland has come to help out.
Yeah, they've been raised well, the Germans. That's the Hashim we know. There's a bit of fumbling, and unfortunately
went for the wrong end. Went for the wrong end. He threw at the wrong end. I think if he'd gone to the other end, he probably would have been out.
Can't blame the kid though. I mean, there's like probably 10 fielders in the field screaming to him which end he should throw at, and you've got a ball in your hands. It's tough. And that is a great shot from Hashim. Gun barrel straight, hits the screen, 1 bounce 4.
Not bad for a number 9. Clearly a handy player.
Yeah, we got some really handy batsmen in the side today. I think I'll be betting at 11 next week and doing a lot of the commentating work.
We're going to have a change of commentary for the second innings. two of the Bloemendaal stalwarts, Gijs Tettelaar, former Dutch international, will be commenting alongside Arno Benlo Moens.
A lot more experience than myself, so probably some great stories.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that Charles himself? Well, have you ever? It's the double Dutch, eh? Oh, I'm sorry. Am I on the recorder?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good boy. Wow, wow, wow. What team is this? Is this a top team?
Yeah, can you ask those people? Can you, okay.
Come on!
A 2 and a single from Zahir. It has crept up his score to, if it has already been updated, 98 not out. So if he wasn't feeling nervous, he probably is right now.
Oh!
That's actually a great shot from Hashim. He hits the off spinner inside out over sort of wideish long off for 6. That's actually an amazing shot.
Wow. That's quite disheartening from Bloemendaal. They need to get it. Probably thought that they were getting into the tail, and then to see that from he's already on 10.
Oh, that's a massive wind-up. And they trod through for a single after mid-wicket has struggled to stop that ball, but it was actually hit very hard, so it was an easy one.
I hope he's all right. He looked like he's in a bit of pain, but I think he's going to be all right, Hamad. Oh, that's right in the air, but there's nobody there. It's right.
It's safe.
It's right in the air.
On 98, and he now is on 99.
Yeah.
I'll let you do the commentating from now on, because it's overballed, which means Zahir's on strike, and I don't want to spoil anything.
Bovenaan nog 10. 227 toch?
47 over staan?
Ja. Ja, met open.
It's been a long day for Bloemendaal so far, and they've got to go back after this. It's quite a total. I mean, 227 is already quite an imposing total on this ground.
It's probably a good thing about batting first, knowing that you can then go into the field and then you're finished after that.
Yeah, because a couple of wickets and then Bloemendaal suddenly feel under pressure.
So you're on 99. Gets the single. They're running. Hashim gets there. That's great.
Okay. That's the 100. That's, I believe, his first 100 for Salland. This is magnificent batting performance from him. And all his teammates absolutely delighted, all standing up. The whole...
for the administration, 150 for season 21.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Like that. So then I can pay my rent.
Sorry.
It's okay.
It's going straight up. Question is who's coming under it. Cover is, and he spills it.
Oh dear.
The problem with that ball is that 3 fielders were looking at each other, keeper, cover and bowler, who was going to take it. Eventually cover went for it. He was low at the ground, and unfortunately it went also to the ground.
I mean, Bloemendaal, that's probably that counts as probably an easy catch. It should have been, and so that's 2 2 catches that could have had an impact on this game.
Shot. Come on, Hashim. Come on.
That's actually great fielding from Carl. Oh, and it just misses the stumps.
I mean, the fielding's been pretty good from Bloemendaal, all in all, but there's been a couple of opportunities which possibly they should have had.
Not the first time Sahir robs himself of a single here. He seems to make a habit of not touching behind the white line, and therefore gets only 1 run added to his score. He goes.
That's a catching opportunity.
Nice.
That's it.
Oh.
He's gone.
Oh.
Yeah, that is the big wicket for Bloemendaal. 101 runs too late. But that's been a magnificent batting performance from Sahir. He's bitterly disappointed with himself because he was hoping to lash out and put the game beyond Bloemendaal. Bloemendaal will be delighted with that wicket. So that's the 8th wicket of the game. Well, there's 47. We're in the 48th over. There's not many balls left. But a quite magnificent performance there from the Sahir. Well done. It'll be a nice trip back to Germany for him.
He actually hit that ball all right. It was quite funny to see our scorer almost already congratulating him on hitting the 6, but the fielder standing on the rope actually maneuvered him really well and took the catch quite smartly, which is a big difference whether it's a 6 or getting the big man out. That's really good fielding. So Masood runs in. Hashim is definitely going to target him and nicks it over backward point to third man who can't run in to go for the catch. So it's only single.
We're in T10 cricket territory here. It's lashing out. Then at the end they want to get a few 6s, take the game beyond Bloemendaal. These are absolutely critical times for Bloemendaal. It starts getting much higher than this. The score it's going to be very, very, very tough.
Hashim is now joined by the number 10, who's also my nephew, Desmond, who's facing his first ball. Who strokes it smartly to point, so he can get Hashim on strike. But Hashim wasn't really looking for the single, so he was out of the blocks really late. And if the throw was a little bit lower, then the keeper could have gone for the run out here. But a bit of a high throw means that the batsmen survive. It's also the end of the over. Desmond therefore keeps the strike after taking the single. 2 more overs to go. I think Desmond will be looking to go for the single here and bring Hashim back on strike. And we all know what Hashim is going to do.
So we've only got 12 balls left here. Salland are going to lash out at everything. We've got 2 wickets in hand.
It's not really Desmond's game to have a big go at it, so I expect him to knock it around and see if he can get bat on ball and get to the other end.
So he'd be farming out the strike, trying to.
He'll try to hit the single and get Hashim back on strike,
right.
And the only thing he's going to do is use his bat as hard as possible.
Yeah.
Two more overs. Carl brings himself back on. Interesting time to start your second spell, but fair enough. As Masood has a little wander over here at fine leg. Looking at Masood, it's been a long day in the field, and I think it's also quite.
It's quite warm as well. It's getting quite warm. The temperature's I should have put a bit more sunscreen on, I think.
It's actually a great ball from Carl. A little bit too good for Desmond, but not hitting the wicket, so
maybe
he survives.
Had him bowling a bit earlier, Carl. That looks like a beautiful ball.
That's the thing with Carl. He's a great cricketer, and sometimes I think he undervalues himself a bit too much. He's a great bowler, and he's also a great bat.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. Oh, that was a wide. Looked like a good ball, but that was given a wide.
Not a bad tactic from Carl, probably aiming to bowl full and maybe wide outside of stump. See if he can get it through to the keeper as much as possible and prevent Desmond from getting bad on ball and getting Hashim on strike.
It's working. It's working. It's good death bowling, this.
That looked a lot straighter. Desmond was aiming to hit that through the leg side, so could not have been far away from the stumps here, but missed him again.
Yeah.
I think Desmond is getting carried away a little bit here. He only faced a couple of balls. I think with the fielders on the ring, it's probably wise to just tap it down and see if you can get on the other end.
Excellent bowling, absolutely excellent. Possibly could have come in a bit earlier. How bowlers have bowled for Bloemendaal? Almost the entire team has had apart from the wicketkeeper, has bowled at some point.
I think it were 8 bowlers, but yeah, it definitely feels as if everybody had his fair share. Desmond connects, hits it to long on, but is dropped. I think Desmond hit that probably better than as my apple is getting any interest from the dog. But Desmond actually connected that really well. Low full toss from Carl. Hit it too long on, who had to move 5 or 10 meters on his left, but unfortunately spilled it. It has also allowed Hashim to get back on strike.
But it's towards the end of the over, so Bloemendaal need to try and avoid the single here. So keep him off strike for the following over.
And that's the problem with Hashim now on strike.
He's now got 4 runs, so and that's over, isn't it?
One short, somebody says.
It's not over. Not quite the over. So
there's 1 ball left in the over, so it will be interesting to see what Hashim is trying to do here. He can either go for the big one or see if he can get a single, so he has a strike for the last over.
It's quite a dilemma for him. I think the single was a smart play.
I don't know if it was his intention. There was definitely a lot of bet put on the ball, but he hits it straight to the guy at long off, which means that he can only get a 1, and therefore he retains the strike.
Yeah.
Which brings us on 239 with 1 over to go.
So who's going to get the honour in the last over?
Looks as if Masood has taken off his cap, and I think he's going to take the ball in his hand, as he's discussing with the guy at cover which balls he should bowl, and now also with Carl.
Well, Masood has really become an elder statesman for the club. I mean, he does so much more than just play cricket now. He's very much the glue at a senior level, so respected by all the players at every level, and does an awful lot for the club behind the scenes. That's 6 runs.
That's a 6 on pretty much any field. There was a really good hit from Hashim. Unfortunately, a little bit too full from Masood. When he left it, it looked like a juicy off volley, and I think Hashim agreed on that and deposited straight over long off.
It'll be interesting if they can actually find the ball. They might lose the ball just before the end of the innings. And as club treasurer, that doesn't make me very happy.
As Carl is currently doing the searching on his own, Mangesh.
These KNCB regulation balls are not that cheap.
They aren't. Doesn't look as if Mangesh is putting a lot of effort to help Carl out there. He's looking at Carl and hoping he can find it himself. Otherwise he'll have to get into the field himself. As slowly Mangesh is getting himself towards the ditch. Matsud is not waiting for Carl, he's going straight in to look for the ball.
Yeah, the dog. Yeah, the president sent the dog in. That's something that could be trained.
Most interesting tactic ever I've seen. To find the ball, people are using a dog and trying to throw balls in there and get the dog encouraged to find the ball. As also a ball is thrown in the field as a replacement ball.
It's not a new one, much to the relief of the penningmeester.
Balls are coming from every direction now as people are trying to see what the best replacement ball is. Would be pretty funny if we now are starting to play cricket with a ball that's actually starting to swing again. But who knows?
Yes. What do you think of these white balls compared to, because you would have started cricket with red balls and the white balls. What do you feel about the difference of the white balls?
Oh, as Hashim goes for a big one. I actually quite like them. As you say, we're grown up with the red ball. My eyes are pretty good, but I actually love the white ball for vision, both as a batsman and also as a fielder. I think it's sometimes easier to spot than the red ball. So I definitely don't mind playing with the white ball. As Hashim comes down the track, plays a really hefty shot, almost swings himself off his feet, gets off strike though.
Bloemendaal will be quite happy to see somebody else on strike. But what about the performance of the ball and swing? Do you think does it make any difference? Some people seem to think it does, some people don't. Does it actually make any difference?
The good thing is I never swing a ball in my life, so that's already good. No, but I think the swing is getting off this ball quite quickly. And what's happening here? They're trying to go through for the bye, which is not working. As Masood cleans up. Bit of an interesting situation. I don't think it's that bad for Salland. It means that with the final 2 balls to go, Hashim is back on strike with the number 11.
Yeah, that's probably actually not a. Yes, it's not possibly not the wicket you wanted.
Bit of a sacrifice for Desmond here, who was unlucky, but yeah.
But it's been a recovery from Masood after being hit for 6 on the first of his over. So. 250 is in sight for Salland, which is a formidable total. Not impossible, but has been done before, but it will take something truly special.
It brings out our number 11, Jari, who will be doing a lot of running at non-striker's end, I assume. As Masood runs in, full in the block hole. Hashim has decided not to take the single, so he can have the strike for the final ball of the innings. Which is probably not a bad thing. I mean, if he can latch onto this one.
And this is the last ball of the innings. At 246 currently. He's going to try and hit it outside the ground. And is it going to be 4? No, it's just short of a 4. Tantalizingly, and they're going only 2 off it. So that's 248, so below the psychological 250 barrier. But still, one hell of a performance from Salland. They'll be absolutely thrilled, no doubt. I think you would have taken that all day long before the start of the innings.
Yeah, the boys did a great job. I think that this was tremendously led by Sahir, who first started together with VJ, and then had some partnerships with Gijs and Reiner. I think the partnership with Reiner was fairly crucial. Bloemendaal will probably look back at a few opportunities they had in the field to get a wicket like Reiner's pretty soon. But this is pretty handy total, and I think, speaking from Salland's perspective, we got a lot to defend. It's been nice doing the commentary.
Yeah, been lovely. Thank you, Victor. I enjoyed that. Thank you very much for joining me today.
Hopefully the second innings will be just as good.
Thank you, Victor.
Okay, guys, check for the show. Check for the show.
Guys, players, broadcasters.
Too many. Wow.
Yes, we're going to have a break here for innings, break for lunch. There'll be a change to the commentary team. Just seeing where we are on the other scores, checking out the. So, Groenewit 104 all out. It's a reminder away against Hermes. Hermes are now 1 for 22 in reply after only 4 overs. Quick got 301 against Gigantian total against Rotenwit at Rotenwit. 301 for 8. So that's the target. They're having an innings break there. HCC have already beaten Gaussier, who are all out for 82, and HCC got 83 for 2. And VVV and Kampong is an innings break, and VVV are all out for 131. So, as I say, it's over and out for me. There's change in the commentary team, and I pass you over to Arnoud. After lunch, you'll be joined. So there'll be a bit of a pause there. So for the international audience, you can go and have a bit of a break, and then it'll be resuming short. I don't know how long will the lunch be, about half an hour or so?
40 minutes.
About 40 minutes break for lunch.
We will restart at the 3:15.
Yeah. So about 3:15 Amsterdam time, we'll be resuming the commentary and the match. Over and out. Stay safe. Stay tuned.
Did you have fun?
Was that a no ball? Was that a no ball, Rude? Yeah.
Gewoon een beetje jutten en jullen.
Gopinath.
Nu ben je aan. Okay, so this is unraveling for Bloemendaal. William out. Bloemendaal now 40-3 after in the 15th over.
Nou, we hebben net een wicketval gezien. Als we naar het bord kijken zien we 40 voor 3 naar 14 over staan. Toch wel onze belangrijkste batsman Willem Subramaniam is uit. En we kijken nu naar een nieuw bettingpaar aan het levende wicket. Brandon Heim, de wicketkeeper. Die volgens de kenners toch ook wel een balletje kan betten. En aan een dode wicket staat de captain Carl Reis. Ook als we weer naar het scorebord kijken en we zien dat er na 14 overs pas 40 runs op het bord staan. Ja, dan wordt het toch wel een tough cookie om die gemiddelde 5 per over te maken. Maar nou ja, laten we maar eens kijken wat dit bettingpaar ervan weet te maken. Wat we wel zien is dat Salland dit jaar een vrij stevige side binnen de boundary kan zetten. Met behulp van een aantal Germany Under 19 players. Maar desalniettemin staat een stevig team wat we gezien hebben. En er wordt netjes gebald. Dus als ik op dit moment een balans op zou moeten maken en een voorspelling zou doen, dan denk ik, nou, dan slaat het een beetje in het voordeel van Salland uit. Maar cricket is een raar spelletje. Dus je weet het nooit. En we gaan het pak een beetje de komende 2 uur bekijken.
Eigenlijk heb je wel talent hiervoor.
Ja, het is altijd een verborgen wens geweest om een keer in zo'n microfoontje te praten. Maar ja, als het op cricket nou aankomt, dan moet ik toch even schakelen naar rechts waar Gijs Tettelaar als co-commentator zit. Met 40 jaar hoofdklasse ervaring. Dat kan ik helemaal niet zeggen
van mezelf. Van de scorer van Salland, Steven Lubbers, de oud-captain van
Nederland. Ja, die zit te scoren naast
die weet alles.
Ja. Dus als wij het niet meer weten, dan kunnen we altijd nog even naar de score schakelen. Oeh, nou, safe.
Gaat allemaal goed,
Umpire in the way is not the first time this match.
En die is al niet zo groot, die umpire. Het is moeilijk te raken.
Ja. Krijg je daar nou 5 strafpunten voor?
Nee, dat is alleen een hond in het veld. Of een pet.
Okay.
Of een cap. Of een helm. Wat ik wel overigens interessant vind. En dat is. Je hebt monsterlijke, lelijke clubkleuren tegenwoordig. Behalve die van Salland. Die vind ik wel mooi. Een decent tenuutje. Vind je niet, Arnoud? Ja. Ik vind de kleurstelling keurig.
Nou ja, het is een beetje...
Beetje Sallands, hè, die kleur.
Ja, Bordeaux-rood. Ja. Het is niet zo fel. Nee. Kijk, wij spelen natuurlijk in Bloemendaal oranje. Hè? Het handen oranje. Met voetbal is dat natuurlijk Volendam. Maar in, alle sportclubs in Bloemendaal die spelen in het oranje. Het is net even iets feller. Ik vind wel wat... als we toch over gekleurde kleding hebben, vind ik het iets scheuiger.
Iets vrolijker?
Ja, maar Salland inderdaad
heel, Salland mooi
heel
kleurtje
decent. In ieder geval geen gifgroen.
Nee.
Oei. Kijk, en dat
is weer een... Kijk, zo kan je wedstrijd winnen.
Ja, een white 4. Een buitengewoon goed bed, dat hebben we wel kunnen zien.
Een hele goede innings had
hij. En hij balt ook nog een aardig balletje. Als hij een beetje wideish is, dan heeft de wicketkeeper er meteen problemen mee. Maar gespeeld of was het toen nog UD?
Dat is Koninklijk UD, hè?
Ja.
Ja.
En heb je daar nog mooie herinneringen aan?
Ja, ook minder mooie, maar ook mooie herinneringen, ja.
En,
we verloren meestal.
En kwam dat omdat al die lubbers daar toen speelden? Of,
ja, en...
was het een soort angstrekener?
Nou, nee, dat niet. Maar ze hadden misschien iets meer kwaliteit dan wij in die tijd.
Ja, maar ze zijn toen ook nog...
Ze hadden...
En daar hebben we het over een jaar of 30 geleden. Een paar keer kampioen in Nederland geworden.
Ja, maar ze hadden ook wel eens een hele enge bowler. Die heette Rudy Bryson. En die heeft toen onze overseas, Pieter Holland... Die zei, ik ga jullie wel redden, op zijn helm gebold. En dat vond hij niet leuk.
Ja, en Pieter die kon best wel wat.
Ja, die kon best wel wat.
Weet ik nog wat te herinneren. Ja. Die heeft nog 1 wedstrijd in het Nederlands team toch gespeeld?
Ja, dat kan, ja.
Als FOP-speler.
En hadden we
toen nog.
Maar toen hadden ze een heel behoorlijk elftal. Gebroertjes Ruskamp. Een batterij Lubbersen natuurlijk altijd. Vader Ruskamp op het terras. Mooi veldje. Job, ja. Woont nu in Australië al jaren.
Ja, we worden nu een beetje geholpen door Steven als het over de clubhistorie van Salland /UD gaat.
Oscar Verhoeven. Bijzonder karakter. Oh ja.
Toch?
Altijd aanwezig Loek Hartong met tackle. In het verleden. Ook nog een mooie jongen uit Nijmegen, Bing Jurjens. Die heeft er ook nog een tijdje gespeeld.
Kijk, die kwam niet helemaal van het bed zoals die hem gehad. Rustig aan.
Gewoon ervoor gaan. Eentje singles.
Van de bowlersmelk.
Gaat
voor over.
Ja, en de losse boundary slaan op de losse bal.
Ja, zo makkelijk is het. Hè?
Ja, dat is een heel makkelijk spel.
Werkt dat dan, als je zo op die mat staat, werkt dat dan ook in werkelijkheid zo? Dat je zo denkt? Of ben je lekker opportunistisch en probeer je toch die losse bal...
je moet wel met je hoofd spelen natuurlijk.
Ja, maar cricket is een mentality game.
Kijk, en als je 3 eentjes loopt en je slaat een 4, dan heb je er al 7 per over.
Ja.
En dan wordt de tegenstander nerveus vaak. Nou, en dan kan je ze uit elkaar spelen. Maar je moet wel wickets houden. En met je koppie spelen. Je hebt
dus
occasional extra heb je nog 4 byes, een paar wides.
Ja, dus in dit geval is het belangrijk gewoon rustig blijven staan. Partnership bouwen,
geen wickets verliezen.
En die runs die komen op enig moment wel.
Ja.
En als je er nu gewoon 3, 4, 5 per over pakt, dan is het in dit stadium voldoende.
Cricket is een spelletje van partnerships bouwen, betten. Dat zag je bij de tegenstander.
Ja. Oh, nou krijgen we 17 overs, dus de onvermijdelijke
drinkbreak.
Een drinkbreak. Dus we gaan er even uit.
doe hem.
Oh, dat is uit.
Ja.
Oh, wacht
Ja,
even.
Dan doe ik ze voor alle twee.
Ja.
Ja.
Oh, ik dacht dat ik alleen mezelf...
Ja, sorry voor al die mensen die even zonder geluid hebben gezeten. We hadden waarschijnlijk op een verkeerd knopje gedrukt. Maar we hebben net drinkspauze
Ik
gehad.
vond het namelijk
18
heerlijk om
overtjes
mezelf
achter
niet te
de rug.
horen. Zet ik hem steeds uit.
En we zitten nog steeds op runrate van 3. Het schijnt te regenen in Rotterdam. Dus tactisch als de Wolven startlers voor Bloemendaal zijn, hebben we net meegegeven dat we vooral geen wickets moeten verliezen. Omdat als er straks een Douglas Lewis over ons heen komt, zijn natuurlijk de verloren wickets die rekenen heel hard door. We hebben in ieder geval de runrate van deze overal weer binnen met een prachtig viertje van nummer 99, Brandon Heim, onze nieuwe wicketkeeper. En dat was echt een mooi schot trouwens.
Fantastisch schot.
Pullshot, hè?
Fantastisch. Nee, een cut.
Een cut. Late cut.
No,
Square
square cut.
Square cut.
Never cut
Hij
before
ging
August.
square, ja.
Ja, het was een square cut.
Wat is dan de pullshot? Dat is de andere kant op.
Pullshot is de andere kant op.
Ja. Ja, daarom heb ik...
Dus, ook met een beetje bottom hand, hè?
Je hoort het al. Ik heb jarenlang recreatief gespeeld. En dan mis je toch dit soort essentiële details. 50 runners binnen. Mooi zo. Carl aan het levende wicket.
Je kan natuurlijk ook en scoren en commentaar geven. Dat is natuurlijk nog leuker, hè?
Ja, dan kan je in het boek krijgen. Maar kijk, wij kunnen nu slap lullen en een beetje... kijk, iedereen die kan natuurlijk op beeld wel zien dat het te 4 is.
Nee, dat kan je niet zien.
Nou, dat kunnen we dan nog
de cameraman die is er vandaag niet, dat is wel jammer.
Het zijn natuurlijk wel de leuke dingetjes, de weetdingetjes, die het een beetje lollig maken.
De weetjes, ja.
Want we hadden het net over, jij hebt Oscar Verhoeven meegemaakt.
Ja, jij hebt Paul Verhoeven.
Nee, Mo Verhoeven, dat is zijn zoon. Die kon ook een heel gek balletje bowlen.
Oh.
En dat was ook een van die Groningse studenten, die trouwens vanuit zijn Groningse studentschap een van die jongens was die in die periode Salland naar boven, of mede naar boven geteld heeft met Geert van 70 nog aan boord. Nou, dat was natuurlijk iemand weer uit jouw tijd.
Maar die speelt nog wel eens mee, van 70.
Nou, die kan het nog steeds, toch?
Ja.
Of zou die veteranen cricket spelen?
Hebben ze niet.
Hebben ze dat niet?
Nee.
Nou, dat is wel jammer.
Grappig balletje dit.
Steven, die rode helmen, is dat jullie clubkleur of...
Het zijn ook geen rode helmen. Het is één rode helm en die gaat van de ene batsman naar de andere.
Oh, dat is ook interessant.
Nee, ja,
Hebben jullie maar één helm dan?
Nou, in ieder geval één rode.
Eén rode helm. Nou, dat is toch een weetje.
Sorry. Misschien dat Siewert van Liende Salland wat helmen kan doneren. Ik hoorde vanochtend weer een verhaal dat hij toch ook zorginstellingen stuurt hij toch nog een factuur op zijn eigen BV.
Ja.
Vreemd genoeg.
Wat heeft dat met Salland te maken? Is hij daar lid geweest?
Nee, een inzamelingsactie voor een extra helm voor Salland, daar heb ik het over.
Nou, dat kunnen we sowieso nu al even
crowdfunding.
op social media een kleine crowdfunding op gang zetten. En dan wel een andere kleur, maar dan wel een beetje bordeaux-rood.
Vroeger moesten wij cricketen, verhaal uit de oude doos, tegen VRA uit. En die speelde op een kunstgraswicket. En dat kunstgras, dat was een oud hockeyveld. Maar die bal die stuiterde enorm. En dan hadden ze een hele harde West-Indische bowler, Leslie Lambert.
Oh, die heb ik ook nog wel gehad.
Ja. En toen hadden wij geen helmen. Toen heeft Pim Kruid senior één helm voor ons gekocht. En die moesten we dus steeds wisselen als je op Leslie Lambert moest betten.
Ja, maar zo is er ook nog een mooi verhaal, denk ik ook wel uit die periode. Dat wij Ross McLennan hadden. En toen kwam ACC hier op bezoek op die zorgvuldig geprepareerde pitch van ons.
Ja, Recticel.
Recticel pitch.
De startbaan.
Beton.
Ja.
En nou ja, Ross McLellan is waarschijnlijk de snelste bowler, misschien nog wel sneller dan die Lambert geweest.
Ooit geweest, ja.
En dat had ACC gehoord en toen hebben ze de hele kleine Jan Balk laten openen. Want die had een helm net op een tour in Engeland gekocht.
Dat kan, dat weet ik niet meer.
De bal van Ross die kreeg hij op die helm.
Ik weet wel dat ze hadden toen...
Dus als Jan luistert, dat denk ik niet. Maar als hij luistert, dan moet hij maar even
een e-mail sturen.
Een e-mailtje sturen.
Ja, naar de redactie.
Of dat verhaal klopt. Maar het is ook een leuk verhaal.
Het is wel zo dat ze hadden toen een fameuze coach, die heette Stan Fletcher uit Yorkshire. En dat was wel een grappig mannetje. En Stan Fletcher die ging de zaak redden voor ACC. En toen kreeg hij de bal tussen zijn visor en het rekje. En toen brak hij zijn neus.
Ondanks de helm.
Ja, en toen kwam dus Ross McLellan op hem toe lopen. En toen zei hij een paar onaardige woorden. En dat was wel zielig. Maar Stan die ging ondanks zijn gebroken neus gewoon doorbetten.
Nou, oké. Dat pleit toch wel weer goed.
Ja.
Want Ross was snel, toch? Want jij zat op hem te keepen.
Ja, 27 meter achter het wicket.
Dat is een beetje Dirk Nanners.
Ja, hetzelfde. Ja. Ja. En als hij niet kwaad was, 20 meter.
En dat kon je aan hem zien, dat gaf hij aan.
Ja, dat kon je zien aan de snelheid. En aan zijn body language. En aan de situatie in de wedstrijd.
We kijken weer even naar het scorebord. En we beginnen een beetje uit die run rate 3 te lopen. We zitten nu op 3,5. Dus laten we maar hopen dat dit bettingpaar een mooi partnership gaat bouwen. Want dat zou, gegeven de score, zou ons wel goed uitkomen. Hebben we nog tussenstandjes van de andere wedstrijden? We hebben even gekeken, een kwartiertje geleden.
Ik heb wel buienradar nu opstaan.
Ook niet onbelangrijk, maar voorlopig is het hier nog droog.
Nou, bril opzetten,
ziet er ook droog uit. Gijs kijkt even naar de tussenstanden. Die jullie natuurlijk ook allemaal op de KNCB-site kunnen zien. Matchcenter.
Het zou kunnen zijn dat het in Den Haag ook regent en in Rotterdam ook. Dat betekent dat Ermes ook niet verder gaat. De rood en wit staat 58 voor 7 tegen Chasing 301 voor 8. En Kampong, we hebben nog 3 runs nodig om te winnen met 7 wickets van VVV. Voor de rest
dat betekent, als we even naar voorspellingen gaan, dat Kwik, laten we ervan uitgaan dat die wel winnen. Dat die op 4 punten komen. Dan Kampong zit ook nog goed in de race. Dit is wel een sleutelwedstrijd. En dan hebben we Rood-Wit en VVV. Die dan allebei op 0 punten zouden blijven staan. En de rest komt op 2. Dus ja, het wordt nog wel een aardige competitie.
Ja, dat is te hopen.
Waarbij de bovenste 2 promoveren en de onderste play-off wedstrijden moet spelen tegen de kampioen van de eerste klas.
We hebben wel een luisteraar die reageert.
Ja, hier ook. Ik heb ook een luisteraar die reageert en die wil nog even stil blijven staan met die Groningse studenten.
Oh.
En die zegt van nou, het was toch elke keer wel weer heel leuk om op zolder te liggen bij het Theo Sikkema met z'n vieren.
Oh ja.
Want het was niet alleen gezellig om daar samen op zolder te liggen, maar de vooravond bleek ook altijd wel leuk te zijn. Dus Theo, namens de Groningse studenten, enorm vertraagd. Bedankt, zou ik zeggen. Kijk, ik denk
het was dus Dirk Rijsig raakte Stan Fletcher en Stan moest naar het ziekenhuis. En die kwam terug en Ross bolde een bal op zijn hoofd en viel in het wicket.
Maar dat was nog de tijd dat jullie 60 overspeelden.
Ja, en toen zei hij...
En dat Ross en Dirk ongeveer 55 overs met z'n
Nee, dat mocht toen al niet meer. Maar toen zei Ross dus, die bekende zin, I hope, et cetera, ga ik niet herhalen. En het was op 13 juni 1981.
Zo hé.
Zo.
En dat haal je zo
40 jaar geleden.
Steven haakt in nu met een mooie anekdote.
We hadden toen die startbaan van jullie. Hè?
Ja, rechts zelf.
Ja,
En dan zag je Ross McLennan, herkende je als een voetsize. Want die voet die kwam naar je toe.
Ja.
En hij heeft in die wedstrijd, volgens mij noemde hij hem dat wij hier met idee kwamen. En toen heeft hij achter elkaar, heeft hij Diekenbeker dan, Rusland, allemaal op de helm geraakt.
Ja, dat kan, ja. Het was levensgevaarlijk.
Het was levensgevaarlijk.
Echt, hoe je daar ooit cricket op hebt kunnen spelen, is gewoon...
Klopt.
Het is... Maar ja,
daardoor een fenomeen in het Nederlandse cricket. Want iedereen die weet nog steeds wie Ross McLennan was. Ja.
En wat dat gaat doen met die hockeyclub, dus dat was nou makkelijk. Wat ook in de kooi liggen, dat denkt hij zelf.
Maar om een beetje op Ross door te gaan, toen wij 100 jaar bestonden, hebben we geprobeerd heel veel van die oude corriveeën terug te vinden. En uiteindelijk is ons dat met Ross gelukt, want die bleek taxichauffeur in Denemarken.
Ja, in Esbjerg of zo.
In Esbjerg. En die hebben we uiteindelijk teruggehaald hier. En toen mocht de jeugd, die kreeg allemaal een klein cricketbedje. En die mocht bij de oude corriveeën langs.
Ja.
En dan werd er een handtekening opgezet.
Ja.
Jij mocht er ook een handtekening op zetten. En
De douchegaten.
toen vroeg Ross aan zo'n klein jongetje van waarom moet ik hier een handtekening op zetten? En toen zei dat jongetje, that's because you're a legend. En toen schoten bij Ross de tranen in de ogen. En het bleek uiteindelijk toch, ondanks zijn meedogenloze bolen, Ross kan een heel zachtaardig karakter.
Ja.
Maar ja, even terug naar de wedstrijd. Ik krijg de indruk dat het huidige paar een beetje doorheeft dat met het melken van de bowlers je die 6 runs per over ook wel kan halen. Dus we hebben nog steeds goede hoop dat we in die scoring rate naar de benodigde 5 gaan. Op dit moment ziet het er naar uit dat het best nog wel een hele aardige wedstrijd kan worden, ondanks het grotere runverschil zoals je het nu nog op het bord ziet staan.
Ja, we moeten nog wat verhalen uit de oude doos halen, dan komen we die middag wel door.
Ja, maar jij zit op je te googlen en naar de tussenstandjes ook te kijken.
Ik denk toch dat het in Rotterdam Den Haag regent. Kampong gewonnen van VVV.
Ja, Kampong heeft gewonnen van VVV. Die staan dus zeker op 4.
Eindhoven had de 236 voor 9.
De Eindhoven. Maar
Eindhoven CC.
Die zijn ook weer helemaal live en kicking. Hè? Dat is toch wel leuk om te zien dat
Jawel.
de multi-culti samenleving in Nederland ervoor zorgt dat een aantal clubs die zwaar in ademnood verkeerden toch weer aan een nieuwe levenscyclus beginnen. By the way, Gijs, weet je hoeveel teams Kivive in competitie heeft?
9.
9 teams. Dat is toch absurd. Maar wel heel knap dat ze dat voor elkaar
Floris Capella staat op 9 not out bij VRA Zami 1.
Nou, dat is ook nieuws.
Ja, dat vind ik wel nieuws. Ik denk dat die 9 not out is gebleven.
Is goed voor zijn gemiddelde.
Jazeker. Odelay, hè, toch?
Kijk.
Capella?
Odelay is het zo?
Odelay, ja.
Amsterdamse student.
Ja.
Kijk. Was weer een mooi weggelegde eentje.
Ja.
Ja, beide batsmen op 20. Dus we kunnen wel stellen dat er toch wel iets van een partnershipje gebouwd wordt. Ik weet niet op welke stand de vorige... Kijk, dit wordt wel een 2'tje, denk ik. Tenzij die doorloopt. Ja. Plop. Boundary en een 4. Nou, dat blijkt wel dat het veld echt goed gemaaid is. Want dit was toch een goed lopende 4 over de grond. Nou, Gijs, langzaam maar zeker komen we er wel in, hè?
Ja, nee. Ik zit even te kijken of ik nog beroemde cricketers uit een live score kan halen.
Nou, dat is ook weer een mooi tweetje. Van, moet ik even kijken hoor. Van Brandon. Nou, we hebben hier op Bloemendaal voorafgaand aan de competitie de zogenaamde Bloemendaal Premier League. Dat is een competitie tussen 4 teams onderling, al Bloemendaal. En een mengvorm van elk team heeft 3 jongens uit het eerste, 3 jongens uit de tweede enzovoort. En hebben we toch 2 weken geleden, of was dat de oefenwedstrijd tegen VVV?
Oefenwedstrijd.
Toen hebben we Brandon toch wel aan het werk gezien. Althans, Gijs langer dan ik. Maar
kan aardig betten.
We moeten constateren dat het toch wel een aardig bed is. Dus laten we hopen dat hij lang genoeg staat om de ballen echt goed te gaan zien.
Hij kan
en te laten zien dat hij echt kan betten. Want dat hebben we druk hard nodig op dit moment.
Hij beheerst een essentieel onderdeel in het cricketspelletje. Dat is wait for the ball. Als je aan het betten bent. En dat deed hij toen heel goed.
En wat bedoel je daar precies mee?
Nou, dat je moet wachten op de bal. En later je bed krijgen.
Okay, maar gewoon
timing.
Ja, en verstandig betten.
Ja.
Ook.
Niet te vroeg de bal willen slaan.
Ja.
Er zit daar een scorer. Die kon dat vroeger ook heel goed. Toevallig.
Dan doel je denk ik op de score van Salland.
Die kon dat heel goed. Hij had altijd een leuk schotje van
dit is wel
benen.
een grappig balletje.
Dit is een heel leuk balletje. Ja.
Wie is deze baller, Steve?
Oh, die?
Gopinath.
Dit is op zich een hele mooie, want dit is dus...
Hij bolt aardig.
Dat mensen gewoon komen. Dit is een leerling van de Hogeschool aan de Nijmegen.
Dat is toch prima?
En hoe komen die nou bij jullie? Omdat jullie het hoogste spelen in de regio waarschijnlijk, hè?
Ja, hij komt uit Oosterbeek.
Ja?
En wij hebben in maart 2 clinics voor de ham en voor Larenstein. Dat is de oude tropische landbouwschool.
Ja.
Daar zitten, bij de ham zitten 110 Indiërs. Ja. En die spelen dus parkcricket, dus ze spelen in Duitsland toernooitjes en weet ik wat dan. Maar dan kwam er vanuit de ham, kunnen jullie iets doen? En toen hebben we gewoon 2 clinics gegeven. En er waren 20, 25 man aanwezig. En er waren er 2. Deze en eentje die bij mij in het tweede speelt. Ja, ik vond het zo leuk. Die zijn lid geworden.
Ja, dat zijn dan wat wij noemen de onverwachte aanwaaiers. En dat is toch een verrijking van het spelletje. Want dit was een leuk balletje. Nou, eens even kijken. Wat krijgen we van de andere kant nu?
Dat is Gul Nazir. Dat is weer iets meer snelheid, maar het kan onregelmatig zijn. Dus dat gaan we vanzelf snel zien.
En was dat, zoals ik dat dan noem, ook een aanwaaier? Of is dat iemand die al langer bij jullie speelt?
Die speelt al 6 of 7 jaar bij ons.
Ja.
Die is via AZC's enzovoort, maar die is geloof ik 8 jaar geleden in Nederland binnengekomen. Van in het oosten. Pakistan. En die is 8 jaar geleden in Nederland gekomen en heeft 6, 7 jaar geleden bij ons zich aangemeld.
Goed running, duidelijk.
Nou ja, wat Steven dus net vertelde is dat ook bij UD er een mooie aanwaai is van laten we zeggen, onder andere Aziatische cricketers die het spelletje leuk vinden. En dan bij UD in het oosten een serieus onderdak vinden. En dat zie je eigenlijk over de hele linie in Nederland. En dat is toch eigenlijk wel mooi. En als je weer dat betrekt op Bloemendaal, dan kan je zien dat we hier voor het eerst sinds jaren weer met 4 teams in competitie zijn. De club is alive en kicking. We hebben een derde elftal wat louter uit Zuid-Afrikanen bestaat. En ons tweede is een team wat als kern een aantal asielzoekers heeft, waar uiteindelijk ook wat is aan vast blijven plakken. En dan hebben we een Zami-team, wat een mengvorm is eigenlijk van alles wat er op Bloemendaal rondloopt. Dus in de Zami spelen een hele hoop nationaliteiten. Maar ja, all over the place zie je dat het allemaal mensen zijn die één passie hebben. En dat is cricket. En het maakt helemaal geen bal uit wat voor nationaliteit je hebt. Hier toch een vrij overtuigende call voor, ik denk een LBW. Want ik zou niet weten wat het anders zou moeten zijn.
Als ik de reactie van mijn spelers zie, dan zouden hier waarschijnlijk 3 stuks eruit gevlogen zijn.
Ja, maar de umpire blijft stoïcijns aan het dode wicket staan. Dus die is duidelijk een andere mening toegedaan. Goed voor ons.
Yes.
Ik krijg net een appje binnen dat ons commentaar als best geinig beoordeeld wordt. Nou, dat is ook een compliment wat we kunnen hebben. Kijk, dat is weer een simpel schot. Zoekend naar de eentjes. Want ik denk dat dat toch de manier is om het partnership voor te zetten. En toch een beetje die score naar een hogere runrate te tillen. Dat was een poging om toch een los schot. Oeh, Gijs die laat nu de bijenradar zien. En, nou, dan denk ik toch dat de heren Duckworth-Lewis... de heren Duckworth-Lewis wel aan de orde zullen zijn deze middag. Ik zie wel dat, en dat zien jullie waarschijnlijk op beeld ook, dat Carl die iets hogere bal niet op de plek kreeg waar hij het wilde hebben, zijn bed. Maar hoog op zijn been, op zijn maag of misschien nog wel op een meer gevoelige spot. Laten we hopen dat het niet te heftig is.
Willie, go. That booked the venue and everything in the plaats and the cancelled. Everybody trying to do the national park like that kind of games like.
Ah, super. Ja, om de kelen te smeren krijgen Krijgen de commentatoren een glaasje rosé aangereikt. Kan zeker geen kwaad. Krijgen ook net appjes binnen dat het fenomeen verhalen uit de oude doos zeer gewaardeerd wordt.
Ja?
Dus, misschien moeten we daar ook maar een beetje op doorgaan, zo tussen de wedstrijdbeschrijving door.
Maar als Sinterklaas er weer aankomt, we hebben nog ruim voldoende voorraad jubileumboeken uit 2010.
Ja.
Die zijn voor een prikkie te koop tegenwoordig en daar staat alles in.
Het mooiste jubileumboek
Ja.
dat ooit verschenen is.
Ja.
Maar daar staan natuurlijk ook een hele hoop jongere coryfeeën in, waarvan het zo jammer is dat ze eigenlijk gestopt zijn.
Ja.
Om allerlei redenen. Het kan
maatschappelijke druk vaak.
Migratie naar Australië en Nieuw-Zeeland. Maar ook jongens die er gewoon mee gestopt zijn. Deze wordt gemist. Nog een extra runnetje erop gelopen, dat is mooi. Maar er zijn natuurlijk een hele hoop de namen die we kunnen noemen. Hè. Volkertje van der Vecht die er eigenlijk
jammer.
Allerlei zeer relevante redenen te vroeg mee gestopt is. En echt een enorm talent, denk ik. Heel jammer.
Oudere broer.
Ja, kijk, dat zijn wel jongens waarvan het hartstikke mooi is als we die een keer terug zien hier in de Zami.
De Gunnetjes, Lute.
De Gunnetjes, Lute, Tyler.
Niet te vergeten ook.
Maurice van Zon.
De
om niet te vergeten.
kerstverse vader Kees Wegener Leeswijk.
Kerstverse vader, hoe jullie dat?
De Nederlandse Ellen
Jullie kunnen hem
Donald.
nog een mailtje sturen, want zo lang is het gelukkig nog niet.
Nee, 2 weken.
2 weken geleden hoor ik.
Dochter Alice gekregen.
Dochter Alice.
Ja. Grote Kees.
Volker van de Kerken.
Ja.
Natuurlijk ook nog. Ja jongens, dus als jullie luisteren, kom gewoon
Marlof Kokken, Die Hard.
En als we volgend jaar die BPL weer hebben, speel erin mee. We hebben een hele leuke competitie en dat is de zogenaamde Halfheid Trophy. Op woensdagavond tussen Rood-Wit, ACC, VRA en Bloemendaal.
Broertjes Thomas. Hans van Manen.
Broertjes Thomas, ja. Hans van Manen, jeetje.
Ja.
Those were the days. Ja, de enige die eigenlijk is blijven spelen van dat spulletje is Thijs Wassenberg.
Ja, nou ja, die is een generatie eerder.
Ja, nog een generatie eerder, maar laten we die dan nog maar even op deze hoop gooien. Ja. En die heeft toch, die speelt nu in de Zami de Sterren van de Hemel. Ja. Die heeft toch een hele harde 77, twee weken geleden. Hier wordt duidelijk gecallt voor een caught behind, die het dus klaarblijkelijk niet was.
Van den Broek. Van den Broek. Niet Tom van den Broek, maar Van den Broek.
Hij kwam van den Broek en niet van de Leggett of van het bed. Ja, en dan is het not out.
En dan is het not out, ja.
Dat was voor de
we hebben toch we hebben nog een BN'er op het veld. Zie je dat? Paul Witteman.
Ja. Vaste gast.
Ja. Ja.
Maar ongemerkt is Bloemendaal naar de 100 aan het sluipen. En we beginnen toch ook wel die runrate van 4 in het zicht te krijgen. Dus het gaat de goede kant op. Het is een mooi partnership. En ook een gelijkwaardig partnership.
Ja. Sorry.
Oh ja, Warner van der Vecht.
Ja, Warner. Had ik al gezegd. Handen op.
Niet aan denken als die waren blijven spelen.
Ja, daar had ik het vanochtend met zijn vader nog even over.
Ja, dan hadden we hoofdklasse gespeeld.
Ja.
Klasse gespeeld, denk ik.
Ja.
Maar ja.
Ja, met een Henry Nichols erbij. Of een...
of Ryan.
Van de Merwe of een Ryan.
Ja. Nou ja, we krijgen commentaar. Dus,
Maar misschien kunnen we dagelijks op Nederland 1 gaan zitten. Een nieuwe talkshow. Hè?
Ja, we kunnen hier oefenen in de luwte. En dan worden we misschien wel onder.
Gespot.
Nieuwe carrière.
Voor Omroep Max.
Ja. Postpensionado. het is in het begin het is wel even wennen.
Natuurlijk.
Maar als je er op een gegeven moment een beetje in zit... Is het
Jawel, maar je moet natuurlijk oppassen
maar
dat
je moet er niet aan denken dat je dat... Bij het Nederlands elftal, dat is wel knap van die John van Vliet.
Ja.
Die doet dat dus gewoon 7 uur achter elkaar.
Ja, maar wat ik van die mensen best wel knap vind... Dat ze ook al die spelers, met die rare namen allemaal... feilloos weten ze hun vak natuurlijk. Maar dat meisje wat dus nu aan de weg timmert, die Suze van Kleef, die ken ik toevallig heel goed. En is een leuke meid. En dat is hartstikke leuk dat hij dus nu commentaar geeft.
Ja, maar dat is toch die sportmevrouw die zo afgezeken wordt door Johan Derksen?
Ja, nou ja.
Alleen omdat het een vrouw is.
Ja. Nou ja, ze zit nu ook bij Hartgras. Hoorde ik gisteren. Maar dan zegt iedereen dat is voor het eerst dat een vrouw commentaar heeft. Terwijl in cricket is dat dus al een hele lange tijd aan de gang. Als je bij de IPL kijkt in India, daar wordt gewoon commentaar gegeven. T20's in Engeland ook. Daar zit een vrouw bij. Dus zo bijzonder is dat allemaal niet.
Maar zijn dat dan dames die zelf ook cricket spelen?
Nou, dat weet ik niet, maar ze zien er leuk... Nou, ze zien er leuk uit. Ja, en ze hebben er verstand van. Ja, en die hebben gewoon ook interviewtjes en zo doen die. En dat is best leuk. Het is natuurlijk absurd dat alleen mannen dat moeten doen, zouden moeten doen.
Ja, dat vinden we nu.
Nee, vind ik gewoon absurd. Meneer Van Laarden is toch ook weer gesignaleerd daar, aan de andere kant van het veld.
Ja, die kunnen we straks ook nog wel even vragen voor een co-commentaar.
Ja, ik weet niet of dan het beeld op zwart gaat, maar...
Sappige verhalen,
weet je niet, hè?
Uit de doos met anekdotes, wat sappige verhalen erin gooien.
Ja.
Want ik denk dat hij wel wat te vertellen heeft.
Ja, dat denk ik wel, ja. Ik denk dat wij dan gewoon rustig achterover kunnen leunen. Denk ik.
Ik vind het toch moeilijk om een voorspelling af te geven.
Nou,
het wordt wel een klus, hè?
Ja, maar je hebt 20 overs voor 150 runs. Dat is 7 per over, dat is best veel.
Ja. Nou ja, we gaan het zien.
Maar je weet het niet, het is cricket.
Met het verstandige betten van Bloemendaal en
je weet het niet.
Versus
als de zenuwen gaan toeslaan bij Salland, wat natuurlijk niet ondenkbeeldig is.
Maar het is wel leuk om te zien dat ook Salland weer gewoon echt een competitie
Ja, tuurlijk. Natuurlijk. Het is gewoon een goed team.
Mooi voor de competitie.
Een paar jaar geleden had Salland een wicketkeeper uit de IPL. Dat was een lust voor het oog, een pareltje.
Ja, maar daar kijk jij natuurlijk met een hele professionele... Ja, we zijn commentaar aan het geven.
Ja, en ik moet nou oppassen wat ik zeg, want er komt nu iemand van HBS langs.
We krijgen wel lonende appjes, dus...
Ja, dat is echt een hele bijzondere baan dit.
Ja.
Is het Radio Noord-Hollands?
Ja, nee. En,
het is gewoon live. Je kan als je op je telefoon inschakelt op
BNR
KNCB,
en BBC World Service zitten we ook op. We hebben een linkje gemaakt.
Ja,
dus ook in nee, maar het is ook in de overzeese gebiedsdelen, horen ze ons nu.
Ja.
En dat is wel mooi.
Ja joh, we hebben luisteraars en kijkers in de Cayman Islands.
Ja.
En, Australië, Nieuw-Zeeland. Ik kreeg net een berichtje binnen Guernsey, Zuid-Afrika. Dus ze zitten overal.
Ja.
En dat is wel het mooie, moet ik zeggen, van... dat die wedstrijdjes gewoon live uitgezonden
Ja, dat is heel leuk, ja.
Dat je ze op wat is het, via internet kan volgen.
Ja, dat is heel leuk.
Het was wel even klussen om al die apparatuur hier te krijgen. Maar ja, als dat alles is...
Ja.
En ik hoor net de score zeggen en de scoring in orde te krijgen. Want dat is natuurlijk ook even wennen met die nieuwe systemen. Kijk, dus weer ineens.
Ja. En je kan dus elke wedstrijd nu, geloof ik, elke wedstrijd op...
Ja, dat is zelfs de jeugd. Dat is wel heel leuk hoor.
Ja. En het is wel grappig, ja.
Is het niet handiger om het meer achter de...
Nou, de meeste clubs hebben het daar staan op de screen. Maar dat ding vinden wij zo hoog, dat durft niemand op te klimmen.
Ja, want dan kan je het scorebord, maar dat wordt toch, je kan ook live, het is net een echte wedstrijd.
Nee, maar je
dus kan
ziet
live
het,
de scores
je ziet eronder zie je de scoring, hè? In beeld. Hé?
Ja.
In beeld.
Ah ja, ik ken het systeem.
Dat is mooi, hè?
Ja, het is heel
Het is
leuk.
inderdaad
Het is heel leuk.
Extra dimensie.
Ja, zeker.
Maar we hebben dus normaal Chelsea zitten.
Ja, daar is cricket toch wel weer een voorloper in. Want voetbal en hockey die hebben dat nog niet.
Ja, we hebben het
Want Bloemendaal 23, oh dat
Dat
is
is uit.
niet hè.
Dat is uit.
Oeh, daar is een,
ja, dus al
dat
die
was-
camera's op de velden staan.
Helaas.
Ja, maar
Dit was het einde van
het heeft ook
Brandon
te
High.
maken, het is zo'n bedrijf die doet amateurvoetbal.
Toch nog even iets te vroeg.
En in verband met de
30
privacy
minuten geweest.
is dat nog een discutabele zaak.
Maar
of
te
dat
weinig.
mogen uitzenden.
Oh god, dat weer, ja.
Ja, krijg je dat weer.
Dus Carl kan een nieuw partnership gaan bouwen. Maar
Ja.
we hadden het even over
Al
hockey.
die spelers eens laten tekenen dat ze geen bezwaar hebben dat ze op de camera.
Nou, ik heb dat gelezen in de krant, dat bedrijf wat dat dus doet voor amateurvoetbal, wat een lucratieve business was. Die zitten daar met te zeuren vanwege die privacywet.
Die zijn failliet, hè?
Oh ja, dat kan, ja. Ja.
Jouw fietsen?
Ja, ja. Ja. Oh, heel aardig, dankjewel. Dankjewel.
Dus blijft eigenlijk cricket de enige sport in Nederland op dit moment waar je live alle wedstrijden kan volgen.
Ja.
Van de kleine jongetjes en meisjes van 11 tot en met de grote jongens in de
Je
hoofdklasse.
gaat toch niet roepen dat het een pedofiele sport wordt dan, hè?
Nee, dat zou ik zeker niet willen zeggen. Maar het geeft wel aan dat cricket wat dat betreft een veel grotere sport is dan het aantal beoefenaren doet vermoeden.
Ja, ja. Ja, en je moet eens kijken naar degene die het volgen thuis. Dat zou je zo moeten vragen.
Ja, dat zijn
Nou ja,
niet,
we hebben jou nou lekker gemaakt. Dus.
dat net.
dat zijn die eenzame mannen in Thailand. Oh, dat mag ik niet zeggen. Moet ik die weer niet zeggen.
En nou krijg ik hele gemene appjes zo meteen dat we dit niet hadden mogen zeggen. Maar slip of de tong. We beginnen aan een nieuw partnership met de grote witte zonhoed Mazoet. Nou, als er iemand ervaren is binnen Bloemendaal is Mazoet wel.
Ja.
Dus nou, laten we maar eens
Mollema?
even kijken.
Ja, dat vind ik leuk.
Hey,
Mollema
we
heeft de
krijgen
toeretappe
net bericht
gewonnen.
dat Mollema de grote bergetappe in de Pyreneeën gewonnen heeft.
Dat betekent dat Eddy Merckx nog even rustig kan slapen. Maar Soet als veteraan is net binnen. Dat is goede nieuws.
Nou, hij ziet er best wel afgetraind uit.
Ja, vind je?
Ja.
Er komt nu een umpire met... Ja, hoe zou ik die omschrijven, die man?
Nou, een umpire met veel grijs haar, zou ik
Ja,
zeggen.
een oude rocker.
Ja.
Ja.
Surfer, misschien.
Nou, ik denk meer een oude rocker.
Als hij een paardenstaartje zou doen, zou hij lekker op Francis Parfit van Status Quo. Hè?
Ja, of Dave Blake. De legendarische Dave Blake als umpire. Die heeft ons diverse malen...
over umpires weet natuurlijk Erik van der Vecht van mee te
Maar
vertellen.
Dave Blake heeft ons een aantal keren door de wedstrijd heen
Hoe de hel
geholpen.
is Dave Blake?
Dat was van Kiewiete en er was
Ja.
een ongelooflijk aardige man waar wij het heel goed mee konden vinden. En op het juiste moment sloeg Dave Blake wel eens toe. In ons voordeel.
En hadden we dat een beetje georchestreerd? Of,
Ja, door gezellig te zijn en sociaal te zijn tegen hem.
Ja, nou ja, zo simpel
Nou,
kan
hij
het
fluit
zijn,
al
hè?
jaren niet meer, dus
Zo simpel kan het zijn.
het delict is al verjaard. Het was tegen Kwik Nijmegen thuis.
Maar dan zie je toch weer hoe belangrijk umpires zijn. In wedstrijden.
Ja, want daar weet meneer Van der Vecht, toen hij dus actief umpire was tegen Kwik Nijmegen thuis, ook wat over, heeft hij ook wat meegemaakt. Maar daar gaan we niet over hebben, hè? Nee. Nee, daar gaan we niet over hebben. We hadden iets ook met vroeger een kleedkamer op HCC te maken. Hè? Ja, daar gaan we niet over hebben. Nee, daar gaan we niet over hebben.
Ja, dezelfde man.
Een hoop meegemaakt wij allemaal. Ja, hij speelt ook wel. Hij speelt geloof ik wel. Ja, hij kwam nog ergens
op
tegen.
lagere niveaus. En misschien ook met de tijd komt de bezinning.
Die soort van misschien.
Ja, het blijft hangen denk ik, want het ziet er hier eigenlijk best nog wel goed uit. Dus,
Komt hier ook.
Oeh.
Volgens
dat zal het hier al lang moeten zijn.
Deze? Deze is beter.
Ja, maar dat ziet er op zich niet onheilspellend uit, dus we gaan hem hier gewoon uitspelen.
Ja, dat denk ik.
Kijk, Massoud die prikt ze wel, maar nog niet voldoende om runnetjes op te lopen. Ja, hier zat hij toch behoorlijk mis, denk ik.
Staat iemand voor? Kan niet zien.
Ja, ik zit net
ja, jij zit beter.
iets scherper. Ik denk gewoon dat hij mis zat. Ik vind het een naar boletje. Wat vind jij van de bowler, Erik? Moi? Niet spectaculair? Dan horen we het van een kenner. Te veel losse ballen. Ja. Ja, maar dan moeten wij ze wegslaan. Hè? Dat is toch een beetje het
Moet je wel kunnen.
Ja. Maar dat gebeurt niet. Dus voorlopig ligt het voordeel aan de bowler.
Ja, en aan Salland.
Dat zeker.
Ja.
Maar heb jij wel eens wedstrijden gespeeld, Gijs, waarvan je dacht van nou, dat is echt volstrekt verloren, die dan volledig via de achterdeur naar binnen gehaald werden?
Ja, ik kan me niet meer herinneren, maar wel gehad, ja. Ja.
Kijk,
dat is het mooie van cricket, hè. Het kan kantelen als je 3-4 wickets achter elkaar pakt. En dan...
ja, maar wij bekijken het natuurlijk nu een beetje vanuit het perspectief van de batting.
Ja, je moet partnerships, dat is het belangrijkste. Partnerships. Zoals een bekende quote van, ik meen David White, maar eerlid Kruid kan het corrigeren. Keep the scoreboard ticking. Dat betekent singeltjes, tweetjes.
Ja, milking the bowlers. Hè?
Ja.
Dat is wat ik me dan weet.
Ja, dat is nou een soort van hetzelfde.
Oké, maar zo het levend op een iets snellere bowler.
Vindt hij denk ik fijner.
Daar mee gaat en kan.
Hier komt ook
nou, dat is een
ja,
duidelijke,
kijk.
dat is in ieder geval een eentje.
Een veilige 1 was dit. Hè?
Een veilige 1.
Veilige 1.
Jammer genoeg geen...
Kijk, we zien de grote Reardon uit de kleedkamer komen. Helemaal klaar voor een betting innings. Hij heeft een enorm grote zak bij zich met een enorm zwaar bed, denk ik. Ja. Oh nee, is van iemand anders, die grote zak.
Hij heeft,
verstandig.
Hij heeft een heleboel beds bij zich.
Ja, hij heeft heel veel beds bij zich.
Ja.
Overigens Paddy Reardon van de Local Gardening Services hier.
Ja.
Altijd klaar voor uw tuin, Paddy Reardon.
Ja, we maken reclame voor je, Paddy, want het is een beetje dat moment in de wedstrijd. Ja. Any predictions at this moment?
We're going to need some clean hitting near the end of the innings, I think.
Is www.paddyreardongardens.com, is that okay?
Take Reader Services.
Paddy playing for us now for 16 years?
First season was 2004.
Zo, nou, dan praten we over 17 jaar.
17.
On and off.
So you're the veteran in this team?
Yeah.
By far?
Getting a bit too old for the first team, aren't I?
You are?
Oh no.
Oh,
ja.
Dat was Karel. En
ja.
dat is een duur wicket voor Bloemendaal. Ja.
Ja.
Wat moeten we daar nou van zeggen?
Ja, dat was dus gewoon een
dom schot.
Ja, 1, 2, 3. Ja.
Wel in de V, maar wel dom.
Ja.
Ja. Maar ja, als het allemaal zo makkelijk was.
Ja, dat is een moeilijk spelletje cricket, hè?
En dan krijgen we nu nummer 13. Nummer 13, dat is waarschijnlijk...
Ja, nee, daar komt de voorzitter aan, die weet dat denk ik wel.
Ruud, wie is nummer 13?
Anish.
Oh, dat is onze bowler van vorige week. Anish Sorai. Ook Suresh, Anish Suresh.
Ja, daar komt Mr. Chairman aan.
Vorige week gesloten met wickets tegen Groen en Wit. 7 voor 27.
Even kijken of meneer de voorzitter nog teksten heeft.
Geen idee hoe die kan betten.
Nee, ik ook niet.
Ook
kan die betten?
Vanuit de tweede doorgeschoven naar het eerste.
Ja,
en volgens de voorzitter kan die
meneer
betten.
Pim kan die betten.
Ja, nou, we gaan het zien.
Het was wel een mooi partnership tussen de keeper en... ja.
Kijk, en dan hebben we meneer Van Laar die zijn rondje rond het veld gemaakt heeft. En vast en zeker ook nog wel wat side comments heeft.
Gerrit voorspelde dat.
Gerrit, heb jij nog
Ja, maar Gerrit heeft er geen verstand meer van.
Wat commentaar op, want we zijn nu live. Ik heb een microfoontje hier en Gijs ook.
Hoe kan ik dan commentaar geven? Want ik ben 10 minuten hier.
Nou ja, je kijkt toch. Ja, je hebt een rondje rond de boundary gelopen en je hebt het van alle kanten. Ja, dat het veld prachtig is, dat zien we ook. Maar kan je...
Weinig madelieven, dat hebben we al gezegd.
Loket 19 is dicht.
Loket 19, dan moet je ons even van weg helpen.
Is dat van de WW?
Ja.
Oh.
Maar je komt niet uit de Haag.
Nee.
Nou, dat zijn toch duidelijk opbeurende beide van de heer Van Laar.
Nee joh, dat kan ik niet. Want ik heb zo voor het eerst zie ik ze spelen.
Wat wil jij van die?
Ik kan niet.
Nou, dat is een edge waarmee Sunnis van der Mark is.
Ik een wit biertje.
Ja, zo. Ik maak
109 uit 31, nog steeds een
meneer
van pakken bij 3,5. Te weinig.
Maar meneer Van Laar heeft heel veel anekdotes, maar die wil ze niet vertellen.
Dus we moeten, ik denk dat de komende 5 overtjes best wel indicatief worden voor wat we kunnen gaan verwachten. Voorlopig slaat de balans door in het voordeel van Salland. Maar ja, zoals al eerder gememoreerd, cricket is een raar spel. Je weet het nooit. Een paar zesjes en het kan weer helemaal kantelen. Alhoewel ik dat niet snel zie gebeuren. Oké, aan het levende wicket. Sunesh op een spinner. En geen stump. Maar wel een duidelijke waarschuwing dat hij de spinner beter moet lezen.
One guy's in the other one for us. Open this up. Not frustration creeps in very easily. Because, you know, Murray could, with Brendan, take short one, so could take 2. Yep. And suddenly he's got something in the other one, and it's a different ball game. And it could score going, so he decided I've got to go for some big shots instead of cruising at 4 times the over. But you need, because you don't have quantity to you can run, so you have to. That's the pressure, and then exactly. It's a cruel game with various faces. Is het mooi?
Wat staat er voor mij op? Een rosado.
Ja, die had je net ook.
Ja, lekker. Heel lekker zelfs. Dankjewel. Een prachtige meiden voor de Salland. Ik zeg dat de nieuwe Bloemendaal batsman nog niet echt leest, maar dat kan veranderen de komende overs. Maar is niet goed voor die run rate. En ik blijf het maar herhalen, we moeten naar die 5 toe. En het lukt ons niet om uit de 3 te komen.
Dit is DJ. Bowler nummer 5. DJ is bij de Bangalore. Ja, nee, toch een naam. Ik dacht dat absoluut. Ik vind het mooi is dan. Oh nee. Gul gaat waarschijnlijk door. En ik had het niet helemaal begrepen waarom CJ zou mogen bowlen. Ja, dit is gewoon Gul.
Ja, en dat was Mazoet. Very clean ball. En dat geeft mij even een moment van rust om wat andere dingen te doen. Dus het commentaar gaat er even uit. We komen zo bij u terug. Zijn we weer back in business?
Ja, 129 voor 8. De kansen zijn nog daar, alleen niet zo groot.
Ja, maar het is wel...
ja.
We rekenen onszelf rijk.
Nee, je kan altijd nog winnen. In cricket kan je altijd winnen. Ik heb net een dieptegesprek met oud-international van Laar gehad. En die beaamde dat je altijd nog kan winnen.
Kijk, ja, dit is geen 4'tje.
Kijk, er is nog een fameuze wicketstand op Lords. Met een bowler, die heette Bob Messi. En die ging als nummer 11, heeft hij er, nou volgens mij, maar ik denk dat Pim Kruid, die meeluistert, mij kan corrigeren, wel eens een keer een century gemaakt als nummer 11 voor Australië. Maar verhalen over het verleden worden altijd mooier in het heden. Dat is een nadenkertje voor vanavond.
Zo weet ik er ook nog een met onze referent.
Ja, Ferguson Mahoney.
Ferguson Mahoney.
Ja.
Die bijgelovig was, wist jij dat? Die wilde altijd op even nummers spelen.
Ja, hij geloofde.
Hij kwam altijd te laat.
Ja.
Dus toen speelden de veteranen een wedstrijdje, een van de laatste wedstrijdjes op het oude veld van VOC.
Ja.
En Mahoney die kwam zoals altijd weer te laat.
Ja.
Maar wilde wel natuurlijk op zijn even nummer spelen. Hij mocht toen als nummer 10 in.
Ja.
En toen viel er vrij snel een wicket. En toen stond hij samen met Harry Pechard voor het laatste wicket.
Ja.
Er moesten 80 runs gemaakt worden in 10 overs.
Ja.
En eigenlijk een kansloze situatie.
Ja.
En Mahoney die op de hem bekende manier, iedereen die hem kent wist dat hij enorm hard kon slaan.
Ja.
En die jaste in die 10 overs dus voor zichzelf geloof ik 80 runs erbij.
Oké.
En Bloemendaal won.
Ja.
En toen kwam die samen met Harry het veld af. En toen zei hij van nou, dat hebben we toch mooi samen
Ja,
gedaan.
dat is mooi.
En Harry had er 1 en Mahoney had er 80.
Ja, maar zo zie je dus, dat ondersteunt mijn visie over deze stand.
Dat is wel zo.
Kijk, het is altijd nog mogelijk.
Dus we kunnen dit nog gaan winnen.
Als jij weet wie nummer 11 is.
Je kan altijd nog winnen. In cricket kan je altijd winnen.
Ja, maar dit is een tweetje jongens. Als je flink doorloopt.
Kijk.
Ja, we zijn nu wel een beetje voor eigen parochie aan het prediken. De kansberekening doet iets anders vermoeden. Ja. Maar ik vind wel dat je voor die laatste 2 wickets moet je toch proberen het onder.
Ja, ik vind wel dat je 160, 170 zou moeten maken.
Ik heb wel gestaan op de laatste. Dat is lekker. Je kan daar met de laatste 7 over. We houden alle ballen tegen, want je hebt er 50 en we gaan niet uit.
Maar toen speelde je nog voor de draw met bonuspunten.
We moesten namelijk gewoon wel rust maken. Want die Australiër die stond aan de overkant.
Welke Australië?
Openingsbed. Nederlands team, golfcoach.
Pringle.
Nee, dat is uit Nieuw-Zeeland. Golfcoach?
Die maakte 2 runs per over en 50 over dan in de rondes.
Maar wie was dat dan?
Ik kom zo wel op de naam.
Ja.
Die besloot toen om Pim Kruid gewoon af te slagen, want er moesten veel runs gemaakt worden.
Ah, maar kijk, het is wel, als je logisch nadenkt, het spelletje. Als jij niet zoveel slagen in je repertoire hebt, CQ, je bent niet zo getalenteerd.
Kijk. Dit is een
4.
Ja, dat is een 4.
En als jij daar rustig blijft staan, als openingsbed in Nederlands cricket.
Een metertje tekort voor
en je maakt er 2-3
echte
per
bounder.
over. Je blijft 30 over staan. Dan heb je een geweldige taak voor je team gedaan. En je hebt toch 2-3 per over 30 overs, heb je toch 80, 90.
In principe, als je 5 dagen mag spelen, moet je 4 dagen blijven staan, dan heb je er ook 100.
Ja. En als je elke dag 100 euro pint, dan heb je aan het einde van de week heb je ook 700 euro. Ja. Het zijn allemaal ABC'tjes in het leven.
Weet je die coach nou? Die was coach van Kampong.
Weet jij
Cantarell.
Cantarell.
Laat mij maar even.
Ja, Cantarell, een hele goede cricketer. Maar een beetje saai, maar omdat we hem nooit uitkregen.
Nou, die werd hier nog door een keer in een thuiswedstrijdje toen Kampong was het toch?
Ja, dat is een bekende wedstrijd waar Hokke dus heel veel runs maakte.
Ja, maar dat is heel lang geleden.
Ja, en toen wonnen we op zomerzorg van Kampong. Vonden ze niet fijn. Want iedereen die van ons verloor vond dat niet fijn. Ik weet niet waarom.
Maar dat zijn toch wel leuke wedstrijden die dan op plaats. We hebben in de derde ooit de wedstrijd op VOC gespeeld en dat je die rare... Dat was een kok in een zorginstelling.
Ja.
Die was helemaal getatoeëerd. En dat was de vriend van de secretaresse van Kees Bode.
Oké.
Neville
Ja.
heette die. En we noemden hem Neville the Devil.
Die bolde hier.
Die balde ongelooflijk hard.
Ja.
En of het nou mannen of vrouwen,
Ja.
want we speelden met
Ja.
derde. En dus kan het nog wel eens
Ja,
voorkomen dat je tegen een dame speelde die in het Nederlands elftal zat. En Neville the Devil, het maakt het helemaal niks uit. Die sloeg gewoon die ballen dwars door die dames heen.
Ja.
Maar Neville the Devil, dat was er ook zo één. Net zoals Mahoney, het verhaal die ik net vertelde. Die in zijn eentje 80 runs maakte in 8 overs in zo'n wedstrijd die eigenlijk al verloren was. En dat was op VOC uit, met ook weer een derde met een hele hoop van die kleine, van die jeugdige talentjes, laten we het zo maar noemen. En die won de wedstrijd voor ons. Kansloos zit. Kansloos. VOC helemaal pissig. Dat was overigens de laatste wedstrijd. Op dat veld wat toen genaast werd, omdat daar...
Ja, over de sloot.
Ja, dan moest hij over de sloot. Dan moest hij iets, er kwam een metro, geloof ik. Of
Nee,
hoge snelheid.
de HSL.
Ja. Ook een legendarische wedstrijd voor degenen die hem meegemaakt hebben.
Heb jij nog wel eens een mix gespeeld, Gijs? Ik heb 1 keer een wedstrijd mix gespeeld bij de tweede. Op Rode Witte. Er stonden er 3 meisjes in de sleeps.
En die vingen je.
Nee, voordat ik ging bedden zei ik, jullie moeten niet in de slips gaan staan, want dat doet pijn. Binnen 3 overs
Ja, maar
gingen 2 huilen.
Nee, maar dat zou wel eens...
Jij bent ook een keer heel flauw geweest tegen Jan Balk. In zijn eerste wedstrijd toen hij nog een juniortje was. En toen stond jij in de slips met nog een paar andere jongens. En toen zei jij van nou... Het wicketkeeper zat in het Nederlands elftal, jij zat in het Nederlands elftal, iedereen zat in het Nederlands elftal, alsof hij achter het wicket zat. En toen zei je tegen Jan van nou leuk, we geven je 3 ballen en op de 4e bal ben je uit. Nou, die stond natuurlijk met de staart in zijn been te betten en op de 4e bal werd hij gevangen door jou waarschijnlijk. Heel flauw, maar zo was jij toen.
Nee hoor, we hebben met Boelhouwer heb ik dat gehad. Die mocht ook meedoen als eerste wedstrijd op HBS uit, nou dat is toch wel geen genoegen. Dus ik dan dapper kan die dat veld overlopen.
Je bent live hè Gerrit, dat je geen gekke dingen gaat zeggen.
Ik kan dapper dat veld overlopen. Ik dacht, ik moet het toch even een goeie dag zeggen, ik weet niet wie dat is. Ik zei, jongen, maar wie ben je? Doe je vandaag mee? Ja, meneer, ik ben Boelhouwer. Dat was 1 bal en de volgende, nou, nu ben je uit. Groot vriend geworden.
Ja, daar had je dus een handje van.
Groot vriend geworden. En zo maak je leuke dingen mee.
Ja, dat is weer de deze. Maar dat zijn toch wel leuke dingen. En dat is het leuke, denk ik toch aan kijken, dat je al die verhalen uit de havendoos speelt.
Kijk, als je gaat openen en 's morgens om 11 uur is het lekker weer en om 2 over 11 heb je er 0. Dan wordt het toch een stuk minder leuk hoor.
Ja, daar ben ik helemaal met je eens.
Ja, ik heb ook nog een aantal meegemaakt.
Nou,
maar
powerplay.
Dat is heel leerzaam.
Wel lekker om, nee, maar goed, het gaat dus
herkansingen krijgen in het cricket is...
Kijk, daar is Gijs de Jong, die wil misschien ook een commentaar leveren, maar ik weet niet of dat mag van de redactie.
Eten zijn nog niet.
Waren er 2 netjes van hem hier vandaag?
Comment.
Kijk. Oh, iemand pijn aan zijn hand. Maar die balt ook met zijn zonnebril op, die is misschien gehandicapt.
1-2.
Zou die gehandicapt zijn? Met zijn zonnebril op,
Hij is
Boden?
tegen de regendrups.
Ja.
Het begint hier toch ook wel een beetje te druppen.
Ja, vind ik wel.
Kijken of we het net redden.
Ik denk het niet met die scoren.
Kijk.
Never in a million.
Ja, goed zo.
Botsing op de A4. Dat is mooi, langs.
Kijk, we hebben toch weer een klein partnershipje zo.
Ja,
staan.
12 en 12.
Ja.
Hoeveel is dat?
Nou, 24.
Ja,
maar er zaten nog
er
zaten wat extra's bij,
Whites
denk ik.
en buys. Vol salaris.
Nee hoor.
Hoppata.
Nog
Nee,
een.
hoor.
Nee.
Maar dat is alleen voor de kenners, hè?
Die Bolen heeft weer pijn aan zijn hand.
Ja, het is dezelfde hand.
Ja. Maar,
Ik hoop wel dat het nog wat harder gaat regenen. Dat is goed voor de tuin. Hi Gijs.
hey, kijk nou. Meneer Gijs de Jong is ook gearriveerd.
We zijn live, Gijs. Dus
Ja.
gekke dingen zeggen.
Nee. Niet over je stemgedrag hebben.
Tuurlijk
Het
wel.
komt uit de Koningshof, hè? Dat is nog hoger, dus het ontstaat gewoon een rivier.
Asfalteren, dan loopt het sneller naar beneden, je hebt nergens last van.
Wat vinden jullie van dat het openbaar wordt over de familie Sleeben? Wat vinden jullie daarvan? De gemeenteraad in Bloemendaal. Volg je dat?
Ik ben 3 weken weg geweest, hè. Is het eindelijk gebeurd?
Ja, ze moesten het openbaar geven.
Schadevergoeding toch?
Ja.
Transparantie is een goede zaak.
Oh, dat is meneer buurman de Grauw.
Moeten ze dus 7,5 ton betalen of krijgen ze?
Nee, die krijgen ze.
Van jou.
Van jou en van iemand anders ook nog. Van mij ook niet.
Ik zou er 5 jaar geleden hadden ze 2 ton moeten betalen, maar goed.
Een goede century. En voor de rest
Nee,
nog
nee.
een nuttige bijdrage.
Dat is eigenlijk
Gevaarlijk hè, media?
Ja, weet ik. Zo lang geduurd. Zeker.
Nee, het grappige was, ik was dus uitgenodigd bij Staatsbosbeheer over de toekomstbestemming van Elswoud.
Okay, thank you very much. So the game is over. As you can see, 149 for all out. Two again, chasing 249 to win. Tough game. It was always going to be a tough target to reach, but we live to fight another day. 1 win, 1 loss, and hope to see you next time around. Stay tuned and stay safe. Keurig met de microfoon. Anders. Staat goed met de twee.
Ja, prima. Ik had hem hier op staan en Gijs die zat er niet aan.
We kunnen grote microfoons op.
Ja, nee, dat is prima.
Ja.
Kijk, je klikt hem gewoon hier vast. En waar je voor op moet passen is dat je zit te kleppen. Je moet je constant realiseren dat je live bent.
En erger is, je wordt opgenomen. Zo. Erger live.
Ja, maar dat...
Omdat iedereen maakt live zien.
Prima zo.
Ja, omdat iemand...
Dat is best stom. Dat is geen wegzaaktechniek.
Wel mannen, zo, zit er weer op. Zit er weer op.
Had je eens voor een ding alles goed?
Zit er weer op. Ja, we zijn klaar. Dit is nou klaar.
Nou ja, heel goed. Ik vind het als Bloemendaal daar heel graag.